campus. Today we are here for this national workshop on high performance in sports. So for this workshop, as a resource person, we have a Professor John Quinn, a renowned high performance coach and a sports professional from Australia. So on behalf of all of you, I welcome him for this workshop as a resource person. Further information is after this session, there will be an inaugural session of formally. So I request all the participants with a big applause. Please welcome our resource person, Professor John Quinn. Sir. Sir, it's a great privilege for us to see you. Eagerly we were waiting from more than 2 weeks. So finally you are here. So our participants are eagerly waiting for you more than me. So I feel that you should take this stage over and share a great knowledge. We are waiting. Shower it, sir. Please, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you know, my greatest concern this morning is that you all have a very strong accent, and I'm not going to understand you. I don't have an accent, not in Australia anyway. If, as I'm presenting, and I understand we have a lot of talking to do, if you feel you're not understanding what I'm saying and I'm speaking too fast, just raise your hand and go like this to slow down, and I'll understand what you mean. Because I'm speaking to you for 2 days, you poor things. Today, I want to start talking to you about factors of performance and probably a little bit about how I got involved in this coaching. I'm looking at you. Can you raise your hand if you are 17 years of age? Can you raise your hand if you are 17, 18, 16? We've got 16 more, 19, 20. Ah, we're there. You're very youthful looking. How are we going? This is what I said. This is my fear. Uh-huh. Okay. Whenever I present like this, my biggest fear is the computer won't work, because I've got lots of information to share with you, and I hope you enjoy some of the things that I'm talking to you about. I asked you your age because when I was 17, I lived in a very small town in Australia, not far from our capital, Canberra. And I literally fell into coaching. I was still at school, and there was no one to coach the young athletes in town. So I said, well, I will do it. And we started with just 2 athletes, and then the 2 became 4, and the 4 became 10, and the 10 became 50, and the 50 became 100. And this was a very small town of only 4,000 people. We had a national body that looked after junior athletics, and they were surprised at this rise of athletes in this small country town. And they came to speak to Mr. Quinn. When they arrived in the town, they were surprised that it was a 17-year-old boy that was still at school. and they offered me a job. It took me a few years, but I moved to the big smoke of Sydney, and I became a development officer for an organisation called Little Athletics. Little Athletics looks after athletes in Australia 15 years and younger. I used to travel about 140,000 kilometres every year across every school. So coming to speak to you today is quite a simple task for me. I learned at this organisation, Little Athletics. I was also coaching in Sydney, and I had some very good athletes. The second logo you see there with the green, the red and blue, it's called our Australian Institute of Sport. We called it AIS. You switched it around to SIA, but it was our national body, and I worked in the smaller state down in Tasmania, which is a small island. Out of the blue, I was headhunted to go and work in a professional code of football in Australia, a game I doubt you have ever seen, but it has links to cricket, which I want to talk to you about. But it was called the Essendon Bombers. Whilst I was at Essendon, I was coaching athletes, and I found myself on the Australian Olympic team. I was a team coach for Australia. My first team was in 2000. Another change came, and it was my first visit to India. I had never been to India before, and I didn't particularly have a great love for cricket, unlike most of my fellow Australians. But it ended up here in India. You may not even remember, because it's no longer in existence, but it was called the Indian Cricket League, and we travelled all over India, and I was mainly based in Chandigarh. I spent 4 months. That was my first taste of India. I then worked with the Australian soccer team, so I worked with our Socceroos. I then worked with our national body of the AFL, who asked me to set up a club in Sydney. So I moved to Sydney and established a club there called the Giants. It's an AFL team. Rugby league is another big game in Australia. I found myself also working with them. I work in a private school, and I work in a university lecturing. So I have diverse roles, but my first love is always in athletics. I was at the track one night, and this African athlete walked up to me. He said, "Are you coach?" I said, "Yes, I'm a coach." He says, "Me, athlete, you coach me." I said, "Well, can you run?" He says, "A little." I said, "Oh, let me have a look." He took about 5 steps, and I could see this man could not just run, he was a star. As it turned out, he'd come to Australia for the Commonwealth Games back in 2018 and decided to seek asylum. He was hiding in Sydney and then came to the track. That's a story for another day. But I basically break my coaching philosophy down into 6 areas, and when we talk about parameters of performance, either these areas of performance, and we're going to touch on these today, but over the next 2 days I will talk about each one in more detail for you. You have to be able to touch the soul of your athlete. I do not coach sprinters. I do not coach middle distance runners. I do not coach footballers. I do not coach cricketers. I do not coach tennis players. I coach people. I coach individuals that choose to play those sports. To understand them, I have to understand their psychology. I have to understand the individuality of what makes that person motivated for their sport. I need to look at what is the energy system required to play that sport. If they're a marathon runner, it requires lots of longer distance. If they're a shot putter, they need explosive power, different energy systems. I need to understand what strength program is required to maximise not just the individual strength, but the individual strength for the sport that they're choosing to play. Nutrition is one area I believe we have a lot to learn. Nutrition is an area that's genetic, and it's based on culture as well. This morning I had a very unique breakfast, particularly Indian, very different to what I'm used to eating in Australia. That would change the way I perform over time. I'm going to talk to you about hydration. I did a major thesis on hydration and performance as this goes on, because it's an easy way not only for you to improve in sport, but for you to improve in study. We're going to talk about the energy systems. I'm going to talk to you about recovery. The harder you train, the harder you need to recover. And I'm going to talk to you about posture. If we can start with the energy systems, and I hope I'm not talking to you like you don't understand, but I'm not 100% sure of your base of knowledge in this area. Generally, there's two areas we look at when we talk about our energy systems. One is the anaerobic system and one is aerobic. They're terms taken from Greeks. Just think of it as being one with oxygen, one without oxygen. Anaerobic is without oxygen. How does training affect performance with these? Well, when we talk about anaerobic, we're talking about two different parts of our energy system. Simply put, we call it ATP-PC. Its technical term is adenosine triphosphate phosphate creatine. And it's just an energy source for explosive use of energy. The second one has a waste product called lactic acid. Now, I'm happy for you to take whatever notes you like. For me, it helps me concentrate. I'm happy for you to take photos of the slide, but I intend to give you a copy of this very presentation at the end. So you will get a copy of a PDF copy of the whole thing. So if it helps you to just switch off, there's a lot of coaches around the world that think they've got secrets. I don't come with secrets to you. I come to you with knowledge. There are no secrets in coaching. There's just a hell of a lot of insecurity of people who think they've got secrets. When we talk about the lactic system, understand that it depletes in 8 seconds. Why is that important? Because if I'm coaching you, and I'm coaching you for, say, soccer, and you're in a midfield role where you're going to be moving the whole time, 8 seconds, this isn't going to be a major thing for you. But if you are a 60-metre sprinter, you'll be over the 60 metres in less than that. So most of our training is going to be in the ATP area. You'll get 50% of it back in just 30 seconds. That's important to know, because again, if I'm a cricketer and I'm a bowler, if my run-up for bowling is less than 8 seconds, I must ensure I take at least 30 seconds to recover the ATP back into my system. If I want it all back, then take 3 minutes. Stall, take whatever time. If you're a tennis player, take your time between shots to let the energy system recover. These are some professional rugby league players in Australia. When we talk about these athletes, we talk about their efficiency of movement. I talk to them about explosivity, how do I get them more dynamic? We talk about RSA, nothing to do with the Republic of South Africa. It's got everything to do with repeat sprint ability. So the ability to sprint, have a rest, sprint again, sprint again. If you can do this over the course of the game better than your opposition, most times you're going to be able to win. In team sport, repeat sprint ability is key. Change of direction, what we might call agility, and a combination of both speed and agility. I want to talk to you just quickly about anaerobic conditioning. If I'm coaching my athletes to get better conditioning for anaerobic training, I'll give them short interval stuff, anything up to about 60 seconds. If it's going to be 30, that's fantastic. And you watch it and you look at your own heart rate. Intervals, less than 60, get you anaerobically fit. HIIT simply means high intensity intermittent training. So you're doing intense training and you're repeating it over and over and over, making sure they get their recovery so you keep the intensity levels up. In a game like cricket, not so important, but in a game like soccer, very important. Sprint starts, if you're an athlete, you do 40 metres by 6 with full recovery. That's anaerobic conditioning. When we talk about aerobic, aerobic comes from a Greek word that simply means with air. Aerobic, anything that needs air or oxygen. A 40-minute run. Sometimes we call it a fartlek. It comes from a Swedish word, speed play. A 60-minute cycle, 2-minute recoveries. 20 my 100 metre freestyle swim. Where I'm staying, I look across at the swimming pool. It brings back memories. I'm not a swim coach, but most people in Australia can swim. And I've worked with some of our best swimmers. Daniel Kowalski was one of Australia's best ever 1500 metre swimmers. He was an Olympic medalist. And this would be typical for him to do 20 100 metre swims with 30-second recovery. For track athletes, particularly middle to long distance, to do 6 by 1k runs, if it's going to take you, say, 3 minutes to run a 1k, you take a 3-minute recovery. I like to use a golf course because it's undulating, it's hilly, it's flat, it's different levels. Some examples of aerobic conditioning would be intervals. So interval is just where you do something, you have a rest, you go again. I went to the movies last night here in town. They had an interval. I don't see that much in Australia. So we had the movie, had a break, and then we came back in. That was an interval, a break. If you're running on the track and you do 200 metres and you have an interval, it might mean that you have a 5-minute interval. So 200, 5-minute interval, 200. I use hills a lot. So long as I don't change your biomechanics, I love hills. But I would only use a hill of about 10-degree gradient. And if you're thinking, well, what's a 10-degree gradient? If I put my arm like this, you can see it's about 45 degrees. If you're doing hills on 45 degrees, an Australian term would be, you're an idiot. Lower the hill to just 10 degrees. We do a lot of cycling in Australia, just short, intense efforts. Treadmill, I'm not a massive fan of treadmills. If you do use a treadmill, put it on a little bit of an incline. Otherwise, it's like you running downhill. The belt's moving underneath you, so that will load your body up. You will get injured. Never run on a treadmill on its just 0%. You might be thinking, oh, this is better for me. Just put it on a 1 to 2% gradient. Boxing. We do a lot of boxing work in Australia for our cross conditioning. Rowers, elliptical, grinder, alter G. Now remember, I said, if I'm speaking too fast, just go like this and say, go slower. If I'm speaking okay, let it be. This is a little bit of the heavy stuff. Don't worry if you can't see all of this, but the top line is basically saying the energy systems. ATP, or adenosine triphosphate, that's the one without oxygen. Lactic, which has a waste product, and aerobic with oxygen. On this end, we have the fuel for each one of those, how many kilocalories it uses, and the duration. So if I'm doing max sprints over, say, 30 to 40, I'm mainly using ATP. So if the athlete can do that at the beginning of training, you would only do starts or explosive work at the very beginning of a session. You don't want any fatigue at all. For lactic acid, I'm going to do maximal would be about 60 seconds of repeat work at about 85% of my max effort. And for aerobic, aerobic, remember, means with oxygen. I can go for unlimited length of time. Depends how good you are. the charts go on. I will leave you with those charts. My real love in sport is athletics. It has taken me around the world many times. It has taken me to 3 Olympic Games. To me, it is the basis of the Olympic Games. So when I talk about energy systems, it's much easier for me to talk in the realm of running. If I'm talking about a 100-metre runner, most of their energy comes from the lactic system. That's the one without oxygen. So for 80 metres, they're pretty much running. They don't even have to take a breath. The lactic starts to accumulate at 38%. There's not too much aerobic going on. But understand, and if you have to just understand one point from today's presentation, this would be a key. Understand, energy systems are not like a light switch that go on and off. They all come on together, but just one has dominance over the other. When you initially start running, it's going to be your lactic system. Then it'll go to your anaerobic system. Then it will go to your aerobic system. It's very, very rare for someone to be able to dominate in one event over another. For example, there's only been one person in Olympic history that's ever won the 400 metres and the 800 metres. And that was way back in the 1970s. Even I was young in the 1970s. I don't think we'll ever see it again. We use heart rate to determine what level of recovery we're at and what level of training that we're going into. If I'm training endurance runners, I'm going to train them at about 70% of their max heart rate. If I'm going to train for maximum oxygen consumption, then I'm going to take them from 90 to 95%. I think that's the heaviest part of this talk out of the way. We do a lot of work in the water. Australia is an island continent. We're surrounded by the sea. It's part of our culture. Everyone pretty much in Australia can swim. I don't even remember learning to swim. I just always could. So it's natural there for us to use water as a medium for recovery and training. I understand in India it is not the case, but I would still encourage you to use water, even if you don't feel confident in the water, to use the swimming pool as a means of recovery. I've noted staying here every morning at around 4:30 a.m. the swimming starts, and it's quite impressive. I'm not sure if any of you are swimmers in this room, but someone has been watching you every morning from his balcony across the way and looking at your training levels and looking at your recovery times and looking at your workloads. I use water running for general conditioning. I use it for repeat efforts. Hypoxic may be something that you're not used to. It's a term that means without oxygen. So if I'm working with a 400 metre runner and I'm a 400 metre coach, I will get them to go under the water as far as they can, and when they don't think they can go any further, I'll push them down in the water a little bit more, and when they come up, they gasp for air. That trains their hypoxic system, and they will benefit in terms of their repeat effort running. Water-based training, there's no impact. So if you are an athlete that has issues with your ankle, with your knee, your hip, your back, deep water running may be an option for you. I can do extra resistance, which I can show you, and we'll get your lactic levels up to very, very high levels. One thing I've never understood in all my travel, and I'm talking specifically to the coaches here, is when coaches do not see it as their role to do the strength program. I understand that strength training is an area of specific skill, but I also believe that every coach, whether you're a marathon coach or whether you're a soccer coach, football, a cricket coach, you should know the basics of strength training. And it's really, really simple. when you use this chart, hypertrophy, we've got a lot of things from the Greeks. Hyper means top. Trophy means growth. If you want top growth or maximum growth, we call it hypertrophy. Some people call it hypertrophy. Australian accent, hypertrophy. And what we're looking at there is around about 70 to 85% of one repetition max. So if I'm going to do a squat in the gym, a weight on my back and do a squat, if I can lift that just once for three sets, then I'm going to get my max strength. Hypertrophy is my growth. If I can do 8 reps, I'm going to get muscle growth. So if I have an athlete that I want to get bigger, I just give them 3 sets, 8 reps in that percentage range. If I want to get them more powerful, they need to get better at their explosive start. They need to get better at shot put. They need to get better at kicking. I would give them a power program. And that power program will have them at around about 50%, and I'd be able to do 1 to 5 reps in that zone, and so on. Again, I'll leave you with that chart. Have any of you done plyometrics? No one. Plyometrics, again, is a Greek word. Metric, we have a metric measurement system. If you go on the highway, it'll have so many kilometres to get to Bangalore. It's a metric measuring system. The English have an imperial measurement system. In Australia, we have a metric. Metric means measure. Plyo means greater. It's a greater measure. In strength training, it's a greater measure of force. When we do our practical session, I want to do some of this with you. We need to decrease contact time and we need to maximise force. When we talk about elite athletes, the easiest area or the greatest area you can get benefit from is to decrease contact time. Who can tell me who has the world record for the 100 metres men? I heard somebody say Bolt. Have you heard of Usain Bolt? 1 stride from Usain Bolt in the 100 metres, average stride, is around about 3.2 metres. His greatest stride is just under 4 metres. If I can show you what that means. From the chair. That's the average of 1 stride. His maximal stride is here. An enormous stride length for running 100 metres. But if his contact times are slow on the ground, he would just be another athlete with a big stride. So whilst we may think that the key for Usain Bolt is his length of stride, the reality is it's his contact time. And you can decrease your contact time by plyometrics. I want to show you this. We do lots of work on body weight circuits, and I've given you a list of the type of things that we would do. Skipping, dips, squats, all manner of things. We can go through these if you like, and if you want to query on any of those, I'm happy to show you what we would do. In fact, any programs I've ever written in over 40 years of coaching, you can have them. This is the home stadium for the football club that I work at in Sydney. I just thought it was a nice background to talk about a principle of overload from a French coach called Roux. If you train and you only provide a small stimulus or a stimuli, it's useless. You're not going to get any benefit at all. A moderate stimulus is useful. An excessive stimuli is harmful. Now, if you're there thinking, why do I need to know that? I have a squad of athletes in Sydney, and there's one athlete in particular. If I say it's a 4-minute recovery, He always wants more recovery. Oh, coach, I need a little more time. Or he'll try to distract me by having a conversation. Or his shoelace will come undone. Or I just need to get a drink. Oh, I just need to do a stretch. But what he's doing is undermining the coaching process, his ability to adapt. He's making the stimulus small. And what happens is he comes at the end of the year and says, Coach, I have not improved like I thought I would. I've come to training every day. I've done all the work. I've done. What you've done is you've undermined the process by making the stimuli too small. On the other hand, I've encountered in my travels around the world coaches who think the more they give their athlete, the better it is. If the athlete is on the ground vomiting, it must be a good session. If the athletes say, that is the hardest session of my life, every time they leave the stadium, it must be a hard coach, must be good. If they're in the gym and they fail at lifting, must be a great program. Well, sorry if I'm talking to you, but to me, it's idiocy. If a program is that hard that your athlete cannot cope, eventually they will break down. It's difficult as a coach because if your athlete isn't getting a little niggle, a small injury here or there, the reality is you're probably not coaching them hard enough. But if your athletes are constantly getting injured, injury after injury after injury, coach, it's your fault. The program is too hard for that individual. And you can say, but every athlete I coach does that. This isn't every athlete. This is one athlete. Coach the athlete first. What does that athlete need? If they're breaking down, it means the stimulus is excessive. It's harmful. That's not good coaching. The aim of the coach is to provide a training stimuli that exceeds your threshold, so they're going to adapt to training, but not become so excessive that it becomes destructive. Training is to build layer upon layer upon layer to get excellence. If you're putting layer upon layer upon layer and burying your athlete under injury, do not look the other way and say, the athlete is not strong enough. They're not good enough. Look in the mirror. The coach is the issue. Take responsibility for the athlete. On the other hand, to the athlete, if the coach is giving you program layer upon layer, and he is expecting or she is expecting you to go and do your recovery, go and have proper nutrition, have your massage, have your early night of sleep, do the recovery methodology, and you are not doing that and you're breaking down, that is your fault. That's where the coach-athlete relationship is actually a very special one, where you work together. Progressive overload is really what I'm talking about. We can get overload if we increase the intensity or the resistance. So run faster or lift more. So if I want to get my athletes stronger in the gym and they've been doing a bench press of 60 kilos and I want to get them stronger, let's lift it now to 65. When they get to 65, I will go to 70. As a general guide, I will go 3 steps up and 1 step down. 3 steps up, 1 step down to allow them to recover. Then we'll resume back at the 4th step or the 3rd step and up we go again. Progressive overload. You can increase the number of repetitions or you could increase the number of sets. My own coaching philosophy, I tend to increase the number of reps rather than the number of sets. I'm not a big volume person. If you increase the duration of a repetition or overall training session, will also be progressive overload. We can train more often. If you're only going to train 1 day a week, you're not going to get much benefit. If you train 2, you'll think you're going to go well. If you train 3, I think you're in business. Decrease your recovery as they get fitter. You can change the type of activity. Just be careful to the coaches. You don't become the variety queen or the variety king, giving your athletes all of these different things. If it's a different program every time they come to the track, they're not going to adapt to anything. They'll be entertained, but the most important thing is when it comes to perform, they don't perform. Guess what? It's your fault. When we talk about training being specific, it's called specificity. It's got to replicate the movement of the event or the sport, and it has to capture the energy systems. If an athlete stops training, they're going to lose the benefits of what you've done. So if you've spent 6 months training for a 400-metre race, and now you've got shin splints, so the shin is very sore and you can't run. If you stop running, you're going to lose the benefit of that training. You'll get reversibility, we call it. It goes back. So you won't notice any difference for a week, maybe even 2. But after 2 weeks, it will really escalate. So you need to find different methods of training. If you miss 3 weeks of training, you'll experience greater decreases in your strength than anything. So it's in the gym you're going to notice your biggest decrease. Aerobic fitness, it will hold. In fact, if anything, you'll probably freshen up in 2 to 3 weeks. If you continue on that path for several months, 3-4 months, you're going to lose everything. I believe that you need 2 sessions a week to maintain your adaptation. Now, going off script a little bit, the art of coaching is knowing when one more is one too many. I'll say it to you again. The art of good coaching is knowing when one more is one too many. Let's just do one more rep. Let's just do one more set. Let's just do one more day. If that's too much and the athlete breaks down, that's not good coaching. But if that's the point that brings them to a level of excellence, then okay. So the art of good coaching is knowing when one more is one too many. If you're doing the same thing over and over and over, not only is it going to get boring for your athletes, they'll go stale. And coaches, again, I'm talking to you. If your program for the athlete is the same over and over and over, it's a sign that you are stale, you are boring, and you are bored with what you're doing. You're going through the motions. If your coaching program is the same program you did last year, have a look. You're expecting your athletes to improve year after year. Are you? How are you growing? How are you improving your knowledge? How are your programs improving? Did they get you a gold medal at the Olympics last time around? If they didn't, the program can get better. What are you doing to get your program better? It's tough when you have, say, a student body like this, and we've got to look at the individuality, but we're coaching one event, or maybe we're coaching one sport. How do you get the individuality into the training program? We call it an individual performance plan. How do I make, if I was coaching everybody in this room, how could I make sure we've hit all of our requirements for the energy system required, the specific demands of the sport for success, as well as meet your own individual needs? Remember, what we've been talking about is what I call the big rocks. The big rocks. When we're talking about energy systems and strength, they're big rocks of training. But it's not just the big rocks. I'd be interested in your body mass. I've been very interested this time around about nutrition in India and the different types of food you eat and the impact that's having on body mass in this country. Now, don't get me wrong. Australia is one of the fattest countries in the world. We have an obesity crisis in Australia because we're eating way too much sugar. And we're growing. The only country growing faster than Australia around their waist is America. Americans are the fattest people on the planet. And it's to do with nutrition. Think about this. If I was to go down to the local butcher and get 1 kilogram of sausages and tie the sausages around your waist and ask you to train with that extra kilo, would your performances be better or worse? Much worse. You'd probably stink as well. But it'd be worse, and you wouldn't do it. But people have got more than a kilo around their backside, around their waist, around their shoulders. Get rid of the sausages. Focus on decreased body mass. I don't want to spend too much time today talking about it, but hydration is very important. Very, very important, especially in a country like India, which, similar to Australia, is a very hot, humid climate. For example, did you know in this room you are between 70 and 80% water? Your body is made up of 70 to 80% water. You only have to be 1% down and your performances suffer. I'm going to talk to you a lot more about this because it's not just to do with sport, it's to do with your academic ability to concentrate. Nutrition, well, I've already touched on it. Sleep. Sleep is where you do your recovery. Yes, getting into the ice bath helps. Yes, getting massage helps. Yes, eating the right nutrition helps. But it's only when you sleep that the body is able to grow and adapt. Active recovery we'll talk about. But the one I wanted to touch base with you more on is posture. And I've taken note while I've been in India, and it's very similar to what's going on in Australia. Do you understand a term called crap? In Australia, if something's crap, it means it's not very good. Posture in India is such the same as in Australia. It's crap. I will do postural photos. This fellow here played football for Fulham in the UK. He's a first level soccer player and he came to me because he was getting injury issues. When I look at that photo, I look at his left arm. Can you see how it's away from his body and his right arm's not? I look at his right foot. See how it's turned out and the other one's face forward? What that says is he's got an imbalance in his body. He's rotating. His right low back is taking a big load. When we look at him from behind, the red line is where he is, the green line is where he should be. He's not even in alignment. One side is bigger than the other. When I look at him from side view, you can see it's quite pronounced, and you can see that he's got like a little hunch on his back. Does that look familiar? When I was on the train last night, coming from coaching, coming down here, and when I looked around the train, everybody was doing this on the train, looking at their screens. There was a little boy beside me. He'd very much like that girl down in the bottom left corner, sitting like that. That's the posture, and that's affecting your performance. Strength training can help that. Here's a little stat for you to think about next time you're checking your Instagram, next time you're checking your notes. When you're in that position for a male, your head weighs about 27 kilograms. We were shopping the other day. I was with the athlete Sarthak that I coach, and there's a bowling alley in the place where we were. 27 kilos is about the weight of an 8-year-old child. It's like going bowling with your head. This guy, in Australia we've got a multicultural society. This guy was an islander that had come to play football. He was a national representative for rugby league. His name is Israel. Israel Folau. And when he came to work with me, I just looked at him and I couldn't even pretend. I just said, mate. We call everybody mate in Australia. Mate, you're fat. Look at you. You're like Chubby Checker. 107 kilos, you're kidding. And we do skin folds and we use these calipers, they pinch, and we do 7 sites. Have you used skin folds? So we use 7 sites. Subscap, suprailiac, tricep, bicep, pelvis, thigh, calf, abs. That's the 7 sites. And we add them all together. I want my athletes to be around about 40 to 45. He's nearly 55, 10 millimetres over. So we put him on a program of looking at what I talked to you about. What are the parameters of performance for Israel? We looked at the energy systems we were using. We looked at his diet. We looked at his recovery. We looked at the training. We looked at his speed. We looked at his strength. And we changed all of those things. And he changed before our eyes. So if I take you back, that was in December. By 11, he's dropped 6 kilograms and his skin folds have dropped by 10. It's not an illusion. People didn't recognise him, so he had to get a tattoo on his chest. See, it's got Folau on there. When we started the team in Sydney, we had all these very young athletes, younger than you, come in. And some of them looked like they'd been starved. So it's not always just about being overweight. It can be that you needed food. Look at him on the far left, 75 kilos, but his skin folds are 58. So he's what we would call skinny fat. He doesn't look fat, but he's carrying excess weight, and that's going to affect his performance. The other thing I want to draw your attention to is, look at the picture from 15th of the 12th. Look at his upper back. When it comes back on, look at his upper back. Now slide across to the last one on the 2nd of the 6th and look at his upper back. So we're working all of these things from strength, movement, nutrition, all the parameters of performance working, and that's how it shows for the athlete. This fellow was a very good cricketer. Can you guess what he was best at doing in cricket? He was a bowler. He was a bowler. And he was getting all sorts of lower back issues. Now, if you look at his body, look at the shoulder on the right photo. Look at the left, how it sits up compared to the right. Look at how his left hand sits down low and the arm extends from the body. So it loads up. Don't just look at, well, you've got a sore back, so we'll treat the back. His problem's not his back, it's up around his shoulders. Look at the date. That was mid-December 2020. So we put him on a strength program, same things, looking at our parameters of performance. And by February, he looks like that. So it's 8 weeks. It takes around 6 weeks to adapt to a stimulus. If you're training, it'll take about 6 weeks to adapt to a stimulus. There he is. There he is. It's not trick photography. It's called training program. What can highlight poor technique or poor posture? What are the things you as coaches should look for? Fatigue. As your athletes get fatigued, their technique will go out. Incline. Get your athlete to run on a slight incline. One of the things I've loved most about this trip to India, I've been taking photos of all different ideas, is the athletics track where you've got the hill, the incline at the back. I've been saying that we need something like that in Australia. Now I'm taking that photo back, we're going to copy you. A decline, getting your athlete to run on a slight decline. Just a 5-degree will overload the body so you can see. The surface types can show poor technique. Point of resistance. I see a lot of athletes train with a resistance around their waist, for example. Lift it up higher, that will help. Inappropriate strength programs. The other thing I see is unilateral strength demands. So we give our athletes a bench press when, if you looked at that picture there, one side's stronger than the other. So you do one side over the other and get them balanced. You can look at different athletes. These two, they're like raging bulls. They're 20 years of age. They're both rugby union players, and they both think they're super strong. One has been taught how to run from a young age. One hasn't. This is the warm-up area at Olympic Park in Sydney. Let's have a look at what happens when the two bulls go to war. One has technique, one doesn't. The one without technique gets out to an easy lead, but can't sustain because his technical model is terrible and can't sustain. The one with better technique does. The one on the left doesn't lift as much as the one on the right. So whilst one may have better strength, they can't express it. Technique is king. I use a number of tools for the coaches. I'm happy to show you these apps. You probably have them, but it just digitises the movement of the athlete. So when I work with a lot of tennis players. This guy is a nationally ranked tennis player, and we just look at his movement patterns, not just how he's moving on the court. So if you look at the one where it's predominantly blue, if you look down the bottom, he looks like he's tapping a blue circle. They're decision-making lights that we use. So I'm looking at his posture in movement. On the one on the right, that was an analysis session indoors. But I need to be also able to take that outdoors onto the tennis court and make sure when we're doing our strength work that we're keeping things in alignment. Shoulders, hips and knees. There's a number of tools like this that you can use that will remove the body and give you a skeletal viewpoint of technique. I can watch body positions like the pelvis. I can watch the knees. It's easier when I remove the distraction of a uniform or an individual and just watch how the body moves. I coach people. I coach movement. Coach the person. We're in the home straight, I think. Warm up and cool down. In many respects, it's probably a little bit overrated, especially when you're in a hot climate like this, but you need to make sure that the muscles are lengthened and ready to prepare. I think 10 to 15 minutes will get you prepared enough, but mostly it's about preparing mentally and making sure that you're ready for the tasks ahead. I look at the choice of exercise we do, keep it nice and short, and the level of athletes. If they're kids, we'll just play games. When we're warming down, I get my athletes to just warm down at a low intensity. I want to get rid of any residual lactate and waste product in their body, and I'll get them to stretch for about 20 minutes. One of the things that I've been doing for a number of years is getting them to do specific strengthening at the end of a session, which I want to also share with you. I look at thresholds for my training because I've got to get that to get the adaptation to the training stimulus and to get the performance. My main event that I coach and am known for is a 400 metres. So it's in many respects the most physiological demanding event. We can do it by heart rate or the VO2 max, we call it. Aerobic threshold is around 70% of your heart rate. Anaerobic threshold is about 85%. So if I'm training my athlete and I need them to get better aerobically, I'll train them at about 70 to 85% heart rate. If I want them to be better at anaerobic, going back, that's the one without oxygen, I'll train them at 85 right up to 100%. These are the type of strength training programs that I would give to my athletes for strength training. This is looking at progressive overload. It's looking at all the things we've just talked about, variety. It's talking about threshold training. Again, you're going to have copies of all of this. In the home straight. 2 different athletes that I coach in Australia. 2 different sports. One's a footballer. his heritage would be European. One's a sprinter, heritage African. Very different dietary requirements based on their ethnicity, but also for the sport that they play. In a game of Australian football, the game goes for 2 hours. They can run up to 20 kilometres on average in a game. The guy on the right, he's going to be running for somewhere between 10 and 21 seconds. If an athlete trains 20 hours a week, they need 7 grams of carbs per kilo of body weight. When I look at what I've been watching in India in terms of dietary, a lot of your diet base is carbohydrate. If you don't use the carbohydrate that you're taking in, your body stores it for that rainy day. That storage unit is called your body fat. If you're only a recreational athlete and you're only training 3 or 5 hours a week, you need 5 grams of carbs for your body. This is a nutrition plan. I don't really want to talk to you all through every line of this, but it's suggesting that if you're a basketballer, you need about 7 grams of carbs. If you're a marathon runner, you do your carbo loading 2 to 4 days and so on. So it gives you the basis of planning for each event. What you should do on the day and whatever. Recovery. I get my athletes in the water. I was really impressed. We were at the track and there's a couple of bathtubs out and for athletes to get in after it. But you've got to be careful you don't take it too cold. There were big blocks of ice going in there. Just keep it around about the 6 to 15 degrees. I reckon that'll probably do the trick. Sit in there for 3 to 15 minutes or 5 by 60 seconds. That's the research tells me that's the best response. If you get in cold water, it lowers your temperature of the muscle, the core and your skin. It takes away swelling and soreness, gets rid of pain and discomfort. Best forms of hydration is a sports drink. So things like Gatorade and Powerade, they're mixed and they've got an electrolyte mix in there of salts and electrolytes targeted for your body. So they're probably your best thing. A lot of people would think it's water. We'll talk about that. If you just weigh yourself, so I'm talking to the athletic group in here. If you weigh yourself at the start of a session and you weigh 80 kilos, and at the end of the session you weigh 79, you've lost a kilo. To replace that, drink 1.5 litres because your body's going to burn off that extra half a litre. It's called thermogenics. But drink 1.5 for every kilo that you've lost to bring yourself back into homeostasis. If you put salts and potassium in there, that's going to stimulate your thirst. Here's your take home. If you're thinking, what's all this mean? I just like my water. If you just drink water, what that does is it switches on your kidneys and makes you go to the toilet. When you go to the toilet, you do not just wee out the water. You wee out salts with it. So you're taking what your body actually needs for performance. You're taking the salts out, which carries the message in the muscle. It actually, you also encourages you to sweat more. So by drinking water only on training days, you're likely to take yourself into dehydration. The very thing you're trying to stop, you're taking yourself closer to it. That's why you should be drinking Gatorade and Powerade. These are just some suggestions for recovery snacks. Not sure how appropriate they are given your national diet, but I'll give you those as a bit of an example of what we would be doing in Australia. I was trying to get my athletes switched on to doing more things for recovery. So I set up a recovery pick-a-box program. I'm not going to talk you through the whole thing, I'll just leave you the copy of it. If you look up the top, it says massage in the yellow box and it says 30. It means the massage is worth 30 points. The athlete has to get 150 points in a week. So you might think, oh well, if I'm going to get 30 points and I do that every day of the week, then I'm going to get 210 points. That's easy, I'll just get a massage every day. Well, you could do that, but down the bottom it says 2 per week. So you can only count it twice per week. Go and get your massage every day, but you can only count it twice. And this will encourage you to find what is the best recovery method for you. I'll give you a look at that, and I'm here for a best next day, so have a look at any things you want to talk about, we can. When we monitor the training process, and this is a big growth area of the sport in Australia, in fact Australia has led the way in this. You've probably heard of GPS. GPS started in Australia for athletes. We monitor the training load by looking at fitness minus fatigue. We measure fatigue by looking at things like RPE, DALDA and biochemistry. With numbers like in this room, I wouldn't even worry about biochemistry, taking blood samples and things. I'd probably use a DALDA, but it's tiresome. A DALDA is a daily analysis of life demand assessment. It's like a questionnaire, and you've got to fill in all of these questions. It's tedious and time consuming, but it is effective. The top one is RPE, rate of perceived exertion, and you simply ask the athlete. We've done a lot of research on this in Australia, and we're finding that RPE is the simplest and easiest and most effective way of measuring whether your athlete is coping with training or not. Message for the coaches: ask your athlete, how would you rate this session, and give them a card. Understand, them saying a low number to impress you does not help them. They will break down. Get them to be honest. We can measure fitness by submax tests and performance tests. We measure performance from the games they play, the testing and GPS. GPS is big in Australia. We've led the way really with GPS. Companies like Catapult are Australian companies. We look at how we can quantify training and how we do tactical analysis. We generate report after report after report. These are the type of reports that we're putting together on each of our players at the end of every session. It's instant, and we're getting the data back to the athlete. I use them with my athletes on the track. We do analysis of their starts using GPS. I'm looking at differentials. What's the difference between every 50 over a 150, and look at the drop-off areas. I use RPE and I graph it against the norm to see if the athlete I'm coaching is coping with the training loads that they're being given. We put it on a performance web where I've got all of my athletes in one and looking at who's coping and who's not. So then you can start to individualise the coaching of your athlete, meet the individual's needs. This came from a newspaper in 1953. Just what form the future telephone will take is, of course, pure speculation. Here's my prophecy. In its final development, the telephone will be carried about by the individual, perhaps as we carry a watch. It probably will require no dial or equivalent, and I think the users will be able to see each other if they want as they talk. Who knows? We may be able to actually translate from one language to another. Here it is. We've all got one. You've probably got it in your pocket. That's what they said would happen in 1953. They were bang on. What are the future predictions? Where are we going? If India want to be the best sporting nation in the world, you've got to be able to look at where is sport going to be in 2050, 2060, 2070, and get onto it now. This is an intellectual country. This is a smart country. It's a resourceful country. Look to the future. Take us there. Where do I think it's going to go? I think we're going to be looking at compression garments. We've already got the compression garments like Skins and Under Armour, but I'd like to have those threads with nanotechnology linking it to biomechanics of movement. So when the athlete runs with their Skins or their Under Armour, I can look at it on my phone and see their movement patterns. Are they overstriding on one side? Are they rotating through their upper body when they move? I'm actually talking to Under Armour about that technology right now. It's called nanotechnology. Patterning of outcomes via linear regression and other mathematical modelling tools. So if you're teasing the people who are good at maths, get to be friends with them. They're the future. When they look at their mathematical models, they can tell you where movement patterns are going to go. Look at nutrition, communication tools, decision making, holograms. I believe that it won't be very long and we'll have a hologram right there. In fact, the football club I'm working at in Australia, we're developing a room for holograms so that we can coach the players on the movement of a life-size hologram. Visual search. I'm coming to the end, but I did want to show you some of the things that we are doing. This is one of the best players in Australian football. That's me on the left, and the girl down at the computer, her name is Lael Kassem, and Lael is my PhD student. And we've been looking at eye movement, and whether eye movement is something we can train, and whether it can predict elite performance. She's now published her PhD, and I can assure you that it does. This is, we haven't shown this much outside of our football club, but what we're doing here is we're calibrating the glasses he's got on with his eyes. I'm just doing simple movement patterns. I'm just throwing the football to him, and he's kicking at our goals that we use in football. Nothing really special about that, except I can now see what he sees. What you're looking at now is what he's looking at. You'll notice that a small circle appears on the screen. If he looks at that point for a longer period of time, that's what we call his fixation. The bigger the circle, the longer he's looking at that spot. So I can see where he's putting his concentration. Where is he looking? Why is he looking at that? A set shot's just when you get a free shot at goal in Australian football. Now, before I show you the other part of this, you would never believe that this game of Australian football started from cricket. They wanted to keep our cricketers in Australia fit during the winter months. They didn't want to play English games because Australia is largely one of a lot of convicts, Irish convicts in Australia. So they wanted to make their own game, but the English wouldn't let them play Irish football. So they developed their own game, and they used cricket. See those posts? They used to have three at one end, three at the other. They were the cricket stumps. And if you kicked the ball to the left, you got 6 points, as in 6 runs. If you kicked it to the right, you got 1 point, as in 1 run. It was too hard to decipher, so they put a 4th stump in. And so that's why when you watch Australian football, they've got 4 cricket stumps each end for scoring of the game. It starts in the middle of a cricket ground where they bounce the ball, and they only play Australian football on cricket grounds. It's destined to come to India. I'm going to try and get a game here for you to watch. Now, here's your first experience of looking at a game of Australian football. This is one of our stadiums. You are the white team, and you are down in the bottom right corner. When the ball comes to you, I'm going to give you 4 seconds to make a decision. All I want you to do is watch the screen and decide what would you do with the ball. Are you ready? Time starts now. There's the ball in there. You're about to get it. Here it is. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time. Have you made a decision what you would have done with the ball? Now you might be thinking, oh God, I don't even know what's happening. Doesn't matter. What I would have been doing was measuring your eye movements. If we had the right goggles on your face, I'd be measuring your eye movements. Where were your eyes looking? So when we're now identifying talent for games like cricket, football in Australia, we're looking at eye movements and decision making. If it was a novice, it might look like this. They were given the same instruction as you were. The ball would just come in and they'd get 4 seconds to make a decision. You'll notice that the circles are bigger in some spots. 3, 2, 1, time. So we can see from that they've made they're looking there, or who knows what they're going to do. What if I give that to an elite athlete that really knows the game well? It looks like this. He even checked the boundary in case there might be somebody going to come onto the ground. 4, 3, 2, 1, time. And the comparison looks like that. So if I've got to make a choice of who's got a better decision making, I'll pick the guy in green. He's much better than the guy in blue. So we're identifying talent from visual search. We don't know if you can train visual search. So that's an exciting potential future. I told you about the 4 cricket stumps. This is our facility at the Giants in Sydney. In all sincerity, if you ever find yourself in Sydney and you want to come out to visit us at the Giants, all you need to do is say you were at a talk that I did, and I'll say I remember, even though I won't, and invite you in and we'll show you around our facility. We use drones a lot now in our training as well, where we're flying over, and I've noticed here in India also with some of the running where they're using drones to look at training methods. What we're doing here is looking at patterns of play, where the athletes are running, what zones they're covering. Believe it or not, that running is actually organised. Okay. We're looking at our facilities. We're looking at visual assessments. We're looking at biomechanics. We're looking at feet. We're looking at dental, the impact on dental and performance. We're looking at psychology. We've started to look at stem cells and understanding neurological facilitation in the body. And we're linking with professional associations. What I'm actually doing, I've mentioned to you that I work with a football club in Sydney. You may have noticed I also mentioned it's called the Giants. We're looking to develop professional association with the Giant network around the world. So the New Delhi Giants, the Tokyo Giants, the San Francisco Giants, the New York Giants. This is a young man that wrote to me from an African country, and all he wanted was a program. And he said he didn't have any equipment. The body doesn't differentiate between a shiny barbell and a rock. This young man is an inspiration. Don't hold yourself back because of concentrating on things you don't have. Work with what you do have. India has enormous potential. It has enormous resources. It has enormous intellect. It's a rising power in world sport from an Australian perspective. Understand the parameters of performance. I've given them to you today. I'll leave you the copy of the presentation for the stuff that was a little bit too wordy. Apply yourself to the area of interest. I told you when I started coaching when I was 17. I'm 60. I've never worked a day in my life. I wish the same for you.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a wonderful presentation on factors affecting the performance. On behalf of faculties, on behalf of all our participants, I heartfully thankful for your wonderful presentation, sir. Students, there will be a break. Any questions from your end, please? Coaches, faculties. Yeah, please, sir, please. A question is raised.
And here I thought I got off scot-free.
Sir, I have a question, unique question, which I asked some of the delegates from Russia when they visited almost 20 years back. Now, I wanted to compare the answer of yours now. Mm-hmm. You have an Olympian athlete trained by you, and he is telling, yesterday he was telling, you are a magician in terms of training, sports training. Sir, what is the basic difference you have observed in Indian sports and in your country?
The biggest difference that I see now, you have to remember I came to India a number of years ago for the Indian Cricket League, so I watched Indian coaching then, and now I've only been back here for a few days. The reality is it's changed since I was here for the Indian Cricket League and now. Over the last 10 years, Indian coaching has gone to a different level. It has improved a lot. And there's a bigger focus on things like recovery. But I do think one of the differences is that sometimes I think what I'm seeing is you're ticking boxes. So you look at the program and it says, we have to do 3 200s. We have to do X for nutrition. We have to do this for recovery. We have to do this for strength. And you're ticking boxes, but you're not necessarily understanding what the box is that you're ticking. They may not need to do 3 200s. The individual you coach might need 150, not 200. Be able to individualise. You're ticking boxes. When you look at recovery, I was out on the track yesterday and I would say to you, you should do cold baths after you do a session. And you'd be thinking, yes, well, we are doing ice baths. But no, you're putting, like, it's almost like part of Antarctica into the bathtub and the athlete can barely get in and it's so cold, it's actually counterproductive. So you're overachieving. So you're ticking the box of doing it, but you're not doing it as it should be done. So understand why you're doing it, not just we should do it. So I think that's the next challenge from what I'm seeing here, is that India's come a long way, but now you have to understand the individuality of why you're doing what you're doing and then make it specific for the individual. When that happens, India is going to go to a whole level in sport, I believe.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Any more questions from participants?
So if you have questions and you're too shy to ask, I've got my contacts up there. If you've got your phone, if you zoom in on that that thing up the top, whatever it's called, QR code, whatever it is, zoom in on that, that'll give you my contact numbers. Just ring and send me the message and I'll reply back to you. If I don't, give me a rocket and I'll come back to you that one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now we are winding up this first session. So after half an hour, we'll be back here for this inauguration function. I request academic in charge Pradeep Datta sir to take him for a small break. And I request all the participants to have your tea break. Again, come back, assemble for the inauguration ceremony. Thank you very much.
Everyone, please be seated. Namaste and a very good morning to one and all present here. It is indeed a moment of immense honor and pride as we assemble in the Assembly Hall of Sai Lncpe for a landmark event that brings together minds devoted for the pursuit of sporting excellence, the inauguration of National Workshop on the High Performance of Sports. Let this workshop not only be just a formal gathering, but a vibrant exchange of ideas and practices. I am Ms. Anushka Datta, student of BPED 4SEM, your host for this morning. And on behalf of Sports Authority of India and Lakshmibai National College of Physical Education, I extend a heartfelt welcome to the distinguished dignitaries, learned speakers, eminent guests, respected faculty members, and our spirited students. In a time where India is steadily making its presence felt in the global sporting map, the importance of such workshops cannot be outstated. To invoke the divine presence and bless the occasion with wisdom and inspiration, I now invite our college students to lead us in prayer. Let us join our hands and hearts in this soulful invocation. Everyone, please sit down. And now, to formally welcome the gathering and set tone for today's proceeding, I hereby call Dr. Sanjeev S. Patil, Assistant Professor of Sai Lncpe, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, one and all present here. It's my absolute pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the National Workshop on High Performance in Sports here at the Sports Authority of India, Bai National College of Physical Education. Today marks a significant step forward in our ongoing journey to advance sports science, athlete development, and high performance training in India. We are gathered here not only to share knowledge but to ignite new ideas and foster collaboration that can elevate the standard of sports in our nation. Let me begin by extending a heartfelt thanks to our respected chief guest, Mr. S. Gopinath, IPS retired, a former international Olympic player, volleyball player, and odd hockey committee member of the Volleyball Federation of India. Sir, your presence here today is deeply valued and we look forward to your inspiring words during the inaugural session. Sir, further, I want to brief about Sir's achievement also. Born at Idukki district in 1954 and in Kerala University, he has secured LLB degree. As a sportsman, actively involved in sports activities during school and college days, represented Kerala University volleyball team and won the All India Inter-University Championship twice, represented Kerala state team from 1973 to 1982 in the national championships, and as a captain, he has won many medals for the Kerala team. Represented India in the Asian Games held at Tehran 1974 and played for India in test matches against Australia, China and Russia. As a professional, as a police officer, unexpected achievements were seen. He has rendered around 39 years in Kerala Police. He had sensitive posts like ADC to Governor of Kerala, Superintendent of Police, Kasaragod, Kannur, Kottayam, Trivandrum Rural and Kollam district. Further, on being promoted as a Deputy Inspector General of Police, held appointed like DIG, Armed Police Battalion, DIG Intelligence, Commissioner of Police, Trivandrum City, DIG Administration. One of the major achievements is awarded awards like Police Medal for Meritorious Service in the year 1993, decorated with Presidential Police Medal for Distinguished Service in 2009. Once again, I welcome our respected Chief Guest, yes, Gopinathan sir. So, please. Further, I like to extend my heartfelt welcome to Dr. Pradeep Datta sir, Academic Kincha. Sir, thanks for your leading this initiative and guiding the academic directions of this workshop with such passion and clarity. Sir, please welcome. We are equally honored to have with us Dr. Sadanand sir, CS Associate Professor. Your dedication to education and sports has always been extremely, and we are grateful for your contribution to this event. Sir, please welcome. Further, we are equally honored to have Dr. Lamlon Buralsa, Associate Professor. He is I feel that he is like an oasis. Wherever problem is there, he has a lot of solutions. A man with a lot of solutions. So even in our program, his involvement is so high. He was guiding directly, indirectly. So please, on behalf of this institution, I welcome you. It is also a privilege to welcome our esteemed resource person, Professor John Quinn, a renowned high-performance coach and a sports professional from Australia. Your global perspective and vast experience are invaluable, and we are excited to learn from you throughout the session, sir. Further, I want to give brief information about John Quinn, sir. As a part of his career highlights, 3 times Olympic team coach, Australia. So it's a great achievement. So 2000 in Sydney, then 2022 at Tokyo Olympics, and 2024 at Paris Olympics. And International Cricket League India head conditioning coach 2008, Football Australia soccer fitness coach. As a part of his educational qualifications, postgraduate certified in nutrition, Master of Science and Technology, Occupational Health and Safety, Bachelor of Sports Science, accredited exercise physicist and sports scientist, level 5 international sprint coach, level 4 middle and long distance coach. N number of awards he has obtained at the international level. So some of the very recognized awards like Australian Sports Medal 2022, international speaker invited to present at numerous conferences on injury prevention, performance science and leadership. And he was awarded with an Australian Day Ambassador 2011. Sir, list is very lengthier one. So it's something we are having a great privilege to be here with us. So on behalf of, once again, I welcome you for this inaugural function. To all the, further, I like to extend to all the participants, speakers and delegates once again, I'll welcome you all. Let us make the most of this platform to share, learn and build a strong future for sports performance in our country. With this, I like to conclude my welcome speech. Thank you for the privilege which is allotted for me to address this, provide a welcome address. Thank you very much.
To share his vision and set a scholarly tone for the workshop, I now have the honor of inviting Dr. Pradeep Datta, in charge of academics at LNCP, to deliver the presidential address. So.
Good morning, everyone. Most distinguished and beloved guest in the dais, Mr. Gopinath, my friend Mr. John Quinn, Dr. Sadanandan and Dr. Burrell, my dear colleagues and dear friend. I think in Sports Authority of India, this is the first workshop we are conducting on the high performance. Okay? See, in order to ascertain and understand the high performance as a whole, sometimes you have to go to the evaluation of the high performance. That's very important. It is basically a multidisciplinary approach. The basic objective is to improve the peak performance of the athlete with an interdisciplinary approach. See, if you just look into the evaluation part of high performance as a whole, you will find that first what happened, we had a player. The players used to play, Then what happened, the people started thinking there is a need of some coaches, right? There is a need of someone who can help technically and tactically. That basically led to the selections, means people started thinking there is a need of a coach. Okay? And in this process, when people started thinking again, no, the health is very important. Health is very important. And injury prevention is very important. Then people started recruiting the doctors. There is a need of a medical practitioners. There is a need of a physical therapist, right? Now, immediately after that, when there was a need of these personals in order to improve the performance, in America, the American College of Sports Medicine had emerged. Okay? So that what happened, educate, qualified personnel, those who work with the most complex machine of the world in the human machines, they are basically trained and brought into the practice for the peak performance. Then again what happened, things went on, especially in the American football. People started thinking that apart from the technical and tactical aspect and the health aspect, there is a need of speed, power and strength. We need to have a person who basically trains the athlete with reference to almost all the specific sports fitness abilities. That basically led to the emergence of National Strength and Conditioning Association in 1978. Okay? And from that, NSCA was the first to certify the strength and conditioning experts. Then after that again, the course of when the entire process was on, the people started thinking there is a need of nutritionist and the sports psychologist. Though long back, in 1892 and 1917, two organizations were formed. One is American Psychological Association in 1892 and Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics in 1917. Though already we had, but we didn't discover as a sports personnel that there is a need of nutrition and the psychological interventions. And seldom these two units get a place into the high performance unit, with the coach and all. Now with this, what happened? The people started thinking there is a need of sports scientists. The teams in the earlier stages, they used to go to different universities or the laboratories for the testing, leaving the training sessions, There was no real-time sources, They used to go to some institute of sports science or everywhere in order to get it tested. Then after a couple of days, there will be evaluation and interpretations. It took a lot of time. Now people after that, they thought that, why can't we have an high performance units with the teams? Okay? So that approach is basically at this point of time, that you have to have the high performance team. I remember that our technical director of FIFA, he told there was a time we used to have one bus of players. But these days in particulars, we have two buses, one with the technical team and other was the team behind the team, high performance unit. Right? So the trend has come that this is an interdisciplinary unit, See, our human body is basically connected, Right? You cannot isolate different organs. In a similar way, what happened? Almost all the sports science must make a case study for each and every athlete integrately in order to have the peak performance. That's the basic objective of it. Whenever an athlete goes with a problem in a high performance unit, what happened? Each and every sciences, they make a case study of they make a case study for each athlete, all these multidisciplinary units, means all sports sciences. They come into the conclusion, sit together, then give the recommendation to the coach what they need to do and design the program. So whatsoever the thing, the basic objective is enhancement of the performance with reference to the sport-specific ability of the players. That is the basic concept of the high performance. Okay? So I'm sure that my friend has got a lot of experience. I have already spoken to him last 15-20 days, maybe in alternate days we used to have a chat. And I know that the deliberation which is going to give will be very helpful. It will change your mind. Make sure that you should have a habit of what you call curiosity to know something. You can ask questions, right? You can ask questions. Should you have anything to speak, that will be very great. And we have got an expert. He has already given the email IDs, website, everything, so you can get connected to him also. And once again, I welcome both our chief guests, Mr. Gopinath, Mr. John, right, for your presentation. Thank you very much. Let's have a great day ahead. Thank you.
A special privilege awaits us now, as we are graced by the presence of our international renowned expert in high-performance sports coaching. It gives me an immense pride to invite Professor John Quinn, a distinguished coach and professor. Professor Quinn's address today is bound to enlighten and inspire us to reimagine performance through the lens of science and experience. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. Look, when you come from a country like Australia, it's a great honour to be asked to come and address a country such as India. India has a very big presence in Australia. There are large Indian communities in Australia, and we share a common link in many ways as part of the Commonwealth. So to be able to come to India and travel and speak, it's a fascinating country. It's a diverse country. There's a lot of similarities between the country that is Australia and the country that is India. Just the sheer expanse of this country. Last night I'm on a train for 3 hours and I've gone just a mere speck on the map that is India. It is the same in Australia. I understand the tyranny of distance, and it can make things difficult. It's very interesting to be able to come today as a presenter of your National Sports Institute. In Australia, we have a National Sports Institute, and we have worked very hard over the last 50 years to be as dominant as we can. And we have had challenges, and I've already had a brief discussion with the leaders of your institute earlier today in regard to some of the challenges that I think that you are going to have if you're not having them already. One is, have your National Sports Institute where everything, all information comes into that one area and you share that information. Grow the information together. We have enough boundaries in the world as it is. We have problems in the world with war. We have problems in the world with leaders who are more concerned with their own profile than the safety of their own country. Why would you bring that into the sports institute that is India? Why worry about state borders? Why worry about who gets the credit? Just focus on the outcome. And the outcome is for India to realise its potential on the sporting field. And through the sporting field, you raise the collective spirits of your nation. You raise the trajectory of your whole country based on your collective minds of excellence. Don't worry about who gets the credit. Don't worry about who's regarded as the best coach. Share. Give. Of the many countries I've been to, the thing that touches me most of this country is something very important to me as a coach. I coach on a triad that starts with coaching the person from a physical perspective. I spoke earlier today about physical preparation of sport. Without proper physical preparation, you cannot succeed at the highest level. But that alone is not enough. Physical must be underpinned by mental. The more mentally focused you are, the better you will perform. Ironically, as you become physically stronger, faster, you become more confident. So you train harder, you lift heavier, you run faster. So the physical supports the mental. But they are nothing without the third member of the triad. The third member of the triad is spirituality. Spirituality binds them together and it lifts. Spirituality is an expression of who you are, where you have been and where you are going. From a foreign perspective, from foreign eyes looking at you, India, your great hidden strength is your inner spirituality, the spirituality that permeates every part of this country, the spirituality that can drive the mental application and realise the physical expression of your elite athletes. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. I wish you all the very best and look forward to working with you over the coming 2 days. And I would very much like to express my thanks to the people who facilitated my visit here to India. It's been my great honour. Thank you very much.
The lighting of the ceremonial lamp signifies the dispelling of ignorance through the radiance of knowledge. May I now request our revered chief guest along with the dignitaries on the dais to kindly proceed with the lighting of the lamp and formally inaugurate the National Workshop on High Performance in Sports. I now invite Dr. Sadanandan CS, Associate Professor, to kindly proceed with the felicitation of our distinguished chief guests and dignitaries on the dais. Please, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed privileged to admit us a multifaceted personality, a respected former officer, a celebrated sportsman, and a guiding force in Indian volleyball. It is now my honor to invite Mr. S. Gopinandan, IPS retired, to officially inaugurate this workshop and deliver his inaugural address, please.
Most respected President of the Function, Sri Pradeep Datta, Professor John Quinn, dignitaries on the dais who are my close friends, faculty members, dear brothers and sisters. I'm extremely thankful for this opportunity to be with sportsmen, because very rarely we get some opportunity to be with sportsmen, because once we have left the sports fields, we very seldom get opportunity to interact with sports personnel. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. It gives me added pleasure that Sai, the Lncpe National College of Physical Education, is focusing on high performance in sports. Being a sportsman myself, and later as a coach and a sports administrator, I have sailed through the various sports fields in India, various stadiums, various projects in sports, various development projects, coaching projects. What I have found myself, or what I have realized, is that high performance or excellence in sports doesn't reach the targeted aims or targeted goals. We have very ambitious projects like the Target Olympic program, Olympic podium. There are few projects in the state itself. Many states have got many projects. But this high performance in sports, I'm happy that we have now realized and we have started, even though there are occasions or there are instances of focusing on high performance in sports, but it is not a generalized, or it is not a nationwide movement for high performance in sports. That is what I personally feel. What does it mean? High performance means, it is normally, it is not perceived in the correct sense. That is what I feel. Excellence in the events, let it be athletics or any events, that is the goal. We have to set a goal. The athlete has to set a goal, the coaches have to set a goal, and the management, the trainers, everybody has to set a goal for the excellence, or to achieve the maximum potential of each individual or each athlete in that event. And more important is to sustain in that performance, to sustain that performance. There may be some performance somewhere, but the experience, or rather the sports history in India teaches us that it makes me recollect that many sports personalities who had the talents to be in the Olympic podium has not been able to reach there because of various reasons. One reason, of course, as was right, I was watching the live workshop class taken by Professor John on sports injuries. He spoke about sports injuries at 10 o'clock, if I am correct. I switched on my mobile at 10:07, and he was speaking about sports injuries and the different layers on which you have to work for excellence. I am recollected of at least half a dozen international athletes who could have brought medals to India in athletics, including T.C. Johanan, and they must be knowing these stalwarts, no? They all got injured and left the field much at a premature stage when they were to bring out excellent performance in the global field. So high performance in sports is not confined to just athletes alone. As was rightly said, thanks to Pradeep Datta, he has set the ball rolling for what is expected of a hyper. What are the agencies involved and what are the minimum requirements for high performance in sports, which includes scientists, psychologists, training staff, the athlete. Everybody has to do their best and to achieve a goal. We have to set a goal that yes, we will train our athletes to reach this level, maybe world ranking of this level, or maybe at the medal winning performance at certain level. And most probably what happens here is, and that requires a lot of hard work, the commitment, discipline on the parts of the athletes as well as the trainers and the sports organizations which is responsible for organizing or training them for a long period. What actually we have experienced is that what is the hurdle or what is the hindrance in achieving those goals? It is very easy to set goals, but to set a path to that goals is very difficult, and to follow that path is still more difficult. In the Indian scenario, what I have found is that we compromise for lesser goals. When you find that there are easy ways to lesser goals, I hope you understand. If you want to become an Olympic medalist, and if you are at least some of the athletes get satisfied once they qualify for the Olympics. Their dream ends there. And what happens for that purpose? That boy or girl is being trained in such a way that the peak performance of that athlete comes at certain domestic events or certain regional or zonal events in which he gets qualified for the Olympics or international events like that. The net result is that now he has compromised. He has compromised an Olympic medal, or compromised to be the number one or one among the first 10 in the event. He has compromised for a lesser goal of excelling in the domestic events or regional events, maybe Asian Games. If I am permitted to speak for long, I have got many names in the Indian sports history who couldn't reach the expected level of performance or high performance in the international fields. The reason is not the responsibility or that failure is not only of sports personnel, I tell you, and not of the coaches also. When we plan for an Olympics, maybe now we are planning for 2036 Olympics, I think it is high time that we start preparing for that. Not only building stadiums, but building up the manpower, building up the athletes for the Olympics 2036. What happens is, if we start now, next year onwards, our system or the administration starts asking you, give me the results. What have you brought me in the, suppose we have sent this much crores of rupees, this much amount has been spent, now 2 years have passed or 1 year have passed, what is the result? So what happens is, there is a demand for results prematurely. When there is a demand for result prematurely, what happens is, there is a natural tendency that either the athlete is overloaded or the training is scheduled in such a way that the result also, or the performance comes also to a higher level. And so that the work of the athlete as well as the coach or the organization is rated as successful, or a pass mark is given to that training system. So ultimately the result is, from that level, the projected level of performance at 2028, 2032 or 2036 is not reached. It gets burnt out. And Kerala has got a very long history of burnt out athletes. Nishad, I think you will agree with me, The performance of Kerala, the performance of Kerala athletes at the school level. I've got many, even in fact, it pains me that many athletes who have done exemplary well at the school level at the age of 14 or 15 years. And we all expected them to, maybe by 20 and maybe by the age of 24, they all will become world-renowned sprinters or jumpers or athletes, or maybe even in the games, football, volleyball players like that. But since the system prevailing in this country is that we don't encourage or we don't subscribe to long-term plans, we cannot wait. We want results instantly. And that is the pressure on the coaches also. The coach is not free to train. I'm telling you all these aspiring sports professionals because these are the challenges that you are going to face. Suppose you are engaged with an organization and working there for 1 year, 2 years. Your performance will be assessed by the result you produce, isn't it? So you will be tempted to give some immediate results so that the high performance or the highest level of performance and sustenance of that performance and the physical qualities of the athlete, the mental qualities, all those become only secondary. So what I would personally request all of you is that you are a blessed lot to have an expert like Professor John here to give you insights and to give you inputs about what is high performance and what is to be done for high performance. There are various aspects. It cannot be just, even these 2 days is very less, to train you, it can only ignite you. It can only give you some ideas. It can only open your minds that if you are aiming at high performance, you cannot compromise with lesser goals and you cannot go for easy shortcuts. You have to work, sustained effort is required, commitment is required, discipline. Speaking to you from the Indian scenario, what I would like to tell you, what I would like to tell the youngsters is that you should always try to educate your athlete. You will be going as teachers or coaches or trainers, or you will be associated with sports personnel. You educate them. It is very difficult, I know, because the parents and the athletes, first of all, what they would prefer after performing at certain level is to get settled in some jobs or an assured income, isn't it? No, we cannot say that, okay, you don't go for jobs, you just come and work out with me in the stadium will not be subscribed by all athletes. It will not be subscribed by the parents also. So it's a very difficult task, but still, I tell you that you make an effort to educate your athlete. This is one area where I have found that we are lacking much behind. The coaches themselves has to get enlightened, get exposed to international areas, get exposed to international competitions, and we have to identify, we have to discriminate between the events or the excellence which we have to achieve in sports, maybe a long-term project. And there are mass sports, there are again recreational sports, which gets lot of, by which playing in them or performing in them, you get lot of applause, correct? Isn't it? If you play the Santosh Trophy or if you play an IPL cricket or a national level football or volleyball championship, you get lot of applause. And the employers might come behind you offering you jobs, isn't it? 99.9% of them settle for that. We have to find out some way to convince them that let them take the job also. But still, the employers and the sports administrators in India, it is high time for them to think that the aspirations of the athlete, the hard work of the coaches, the efforts of the organization, etc., should not end with giving a safe or secure appointment for the athlete or sportsman in a department. There should be some system by which players of national importance, athletes of national importance who have got potential to be excellent in potential to be excellent sportsmen in the international field, the state should have some stakes above the stakes of all his employer departments and the institutions, whichever is sponsoring him, to take care of his training and send him for training abroad. Training abroad doesn't mean that I subscribe to everything done by coaches from abroad. Even our coaches should go abroad. Our coaches should be given exposure abroad so that we can distinguish between these two. Excellence in sports, or there are two things, excellence in sports and excellent sports. These two are different. So identify the disciplines in which you can excel, train in them. We have got examples like Neeraj Chopra with us, no? Neeraj Chopra, you know, is again, Sindhu is there, some shooters are there. So it is possible. They have proved. It has always been thought that India cannot excel in throwing events. Am I right, Pradeep? India was never supposed to be good in an event in which physical might or, I mean, skill of course is there, but throwing, I mean, in an event like javelin throw, of course, shot put and Bahadur Singh and others were there at the Asian level, but not beyond that. But the coach and the trainee and the system permitted them to work together for a goal. And that goal was set and they achieved the goal. I've cited this example of Neeraj because of the commitment he has shown and the way he was trained abroad. In a similar way, we should be able to educate our athletes. We should be able to train our athletes in such a way, and we should not extract maximum energy out of them, exposing them in the domestic tournaments and all, you know. One major thing I have found is that I have at least few of the athletes who have qualified for the Olympics or Asian Games has not performed well in Asian Games or Olympics. Am I right? Their peak performance is at the trials time. There are athletes sitting here, they are all working with outstanding sports personnel, you know. Their peak is achieved at the time when they wanted to qualify for the Olympics. And after that, the graph goes down. So these are all systemic corrections required. We should definitely have a plan. We should have of course, qualifying mark is required for Olympics and all, but if we plan it properly and accordingly, and if the goal is, I still come back to my beginning words, that the goal is to excel in international competitions, especially events like Olympics. So the optimum performance of every athlete, every sports personnel can be achieved only by systemic training, systemic education, and scientific support of science, nutrition, and all other aspects, psychological. All these combined together is only going to give you an excellent sportsman who can stand ahead of, I mean, people at par with from other countries. So this is not I am only supposed to inaugurate the session. I am not supposed to give a lecture on this thing, but I think with these few words, I think I could sufficiently ignite or rather irritate you by saying that nothing is going to happen in India, but I am optimistic. The days will be brighter for us, and we have started realizing that we too can. At least, we never thought of thinking of hosting an Olympics. Now we have got an administration which thinks of hosting an Olympics. So these are all good signs, good omen. Let us hope. Let us all work together, and you can do great things. Whenever you work with the younger generation, try to convince them of their potential. Let them be confident, let them work hard, let them do their best. And I think by that time, the administration and the systemic corrections also will come. And let India also find a place amongst the countries who excel in international arena. I'm not saying that we are lagging much behind, but there is scope. The 140 crores of people, if we just produce 1% of athletes of that level, just think how many athletes we will have. Countries like Suriname, Sri Lanka, even Ethiopia, we say that money is the problem. Think of Ethiopia, people are starving there, but they come to Olympics and take away medals in endurance events. No? There was a swimmer in Suriname, Anthony Nesty. When the report came, I tried to find out where the Suriname is. I took out the map of India and I couldn't find out Suriname. Because Suriname doesn't have a space even to put a dot in the map of India. And that swimmer is Anthony Nesty. I still remember that name. So, we have got tremendous resources. What we need is only the will to do things and the strong administrative and systemic procedures in place to the goal of excellence in sports. Let us hope that this workshop, as Pradeep requested you, make maximum use of Professor John, who is here. You should trouble him with questions and seek clarifications from him from whatever doubts you have or whatever problems or whatever issues you might come across when you are working in the Indian conditions. He will be able to clear it. Once again, I thank John for being with us. I also join them for thanking you for sharing your experience in this workshop. Thank you all, and with immense pleasure, I most happily declare that this workshop, let it bring good results, and with happiness, I am happy. I hereby declare the workshop on high performance in sports organized by Sai and LNCP inaugurated. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
We thank you for sharing your vision with us, sir. Gratitude transforms ordinary days into thanksgivings, routine jobs into joy, and regular opportunities into blessings. To propose a formal vote of thanks and express our collective appreciation, I now invite Dr. Lalmun Buran, sir, Associate Professor, to the podium. Sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would just like to read one proverb, African proverb. It says, "A cat that dreams of becoming a lion must lose its appetite for a raid." Let me just repeat, a cat that dreams of becoming a lion must lose its appetite for a raid. This is one of the best principles for goal setting. Please do remember. And the meaning for this one would be, to achieve greatness, you must let go your old habits that could hold you back in your progress. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'd just like to turn this vote of thanks into appreciation talks for all those who are present here. First, I would like to thank our chief guest for this wonderful program. As Gopinath IPS, sir, indeed you have ignited the gathering, and then it makes the topic of high performance in sports more exciting. Thank you so much for your passionate, and once again, let me appreciate you so much for your alertness, awareness about what is presently going on. Thank you so much for your presence. Second, our resource person, John Keynes, I think 3-4 days back we met there in the ground, and yesterday I've seen the program again. After going through that one, I said, how can a man have this much vast knowledge? Thank you so much for your time. I am very sure that all those who are present will gain a lot from your knowledge and experience. And yeah, my colleagues and seniors, Datta sir and Sadanand sir, whenever we talk about high performance in sports, I am very sure this is their baby sort of thing, you know. So thank you for their patience and then bringing this sort of workshop for all the students and all those presents inside. And when I look around from there, I saw so many coaches and some participants from outside. And when I think of coaches, I just want you to look back one thing. In sports psychology, we always said one of the main objective of sports psychology is to improve the performance, excellence performance. That is one. And second, it always said to enhance the life of the athletes. I think once again, all coaches should look that angle also. High performance also is very important, but in life, enhancing the life of your athletes. Someone can achieve medaled millions of dollars in terms of money, but if his life is not enhanced and then he become a misfit in the society, then it becomes very, very harmful. So I request all the coach and all the student who will be very soon working with school children and other people, make sure that one of your objectives have to be to enhance the life of those who you have trained, so that they'll be a good human being. And to make this world a better place, we need good human being. Please let this be one of the key concepts for future, teachers and coaches. Thank you so much once again. And last but not the least, when our resource person talked about this spirituality in training, it impressed me so much, actually. That is so much in relation to what I've been always telling. Make sure that, I'll repeat once again, let coaches from today onwards decided it is just not training in high performance, but making sure that at least we are able to influence the life of those people who trained, so that the world will be slightly better than what we are presently living. And last but not the least, all faculties, coaches, and all those present here, like Datta sir said, make use of this 2 days program. I am very sure you look so enthusiastic and excited for the learning time, and all the best, and really appreciate all those present here. Thank you so much.
As we near the conclusion of this inaugural ceremony, I request everyone to kindly rise up for the national anthem, a symbol of unity, sovereignty, and our pride. National anthem begin. With rest to be continued in the next session, I wish all the participants an enriching, intellectually invigorating experience ahead. Thank you once again for your gracious presence and participation. Jai Hind.
Participants, we are going to start the next section. I request everyone, please be seated. So master degree students, please arrange for the next session, please. Please dismantle these chairs. Mayank, please arrange the laptop and projector, please.
Okay, if we can get started on the next part of this. Can I ask you, how many of you are really interested in the 400 metres? Is the 400 metres your event? Have I got one hand in the room? 1, 2. Okay. You heard when I spoke to you before that I've been able to work in a number of sports. The reason I've been able to work in a number of sports is because the 400 metres links to almost every event. So if we talk about basketball, or I talk about tennis, or I talk about soccer, it's the 400 metre coaching that links to that. So whilst this is going to be a presentation on the 400 metres, because I've been a national coach in the 400 a number of times, try to keep your mind thinking about your sport. That picture up there is a young lady that I coached in Australia, and that's a track in Sydney where we train. It's a grass track with lots of sandstones. Sydney's a sandstone city, so sandstone walls. It's a beautiful spot. We look forward to having you there for training. When I think about the 400, I think about biomechanics. I've got to work with what I have, understand fatigue like we've already talked about, and how do we minimise that. And I work to the adage of the harder you work, the harder you need to recover. You remember in our last presentation, we talked about energy systems. We've got an anaerobic and an aerobic system. You've got your alactic and your lactic underneath your anaerobic. Remember your recoveries. This is what we need to be able to work on when we're working for speed. If you're working just for explosive speed, this is the area you're working in. For an athlete that's going to be in this event, they're working on their alactic system. I've had the pleasure of doing some sessions with Usain Bolt, and he spent some time in Australia. And he said to me not so long ago, probably 2 years, "You guys are kidding yourself. You have to have someone that can run faster than me in Australia." I said, "Well, we're trying." About 8 months ago, a 17-year-old boy from Northern Australia in Queensland came out, and he's run times faster than Usain Bolt at that age as a 17-year-old. He's burst onto the scene. His name, Gout. He's from Africa, and his parents came to Australia as refugees seeking asylum in the country. And we think in Australia, there are so many people in our country that are not even doing athletics. There's probably another Gout in Western Sydney. Maybe there's one on the other side of the country in Perth. Maybe there's a Gout in Chandigarh or Mumbai or some small town. I find it hard to believe that in a country of 30 million people, that is Australia, that we're dreaming about the next Usain Bolt. But in a country of 1.5 billion, you're not already awake. You've stopped dreaming because he's here. I believe he's here. She's here. I think sometimes you've got to see it before you can believe it. Just basic bioenergetic work of what we do in Sydney. Just some track work. I love to slow things down so I can have a look at the movement of these athletes. These are 4 athletes that I coach. The changing face of Australian sport. I mix my athletes in. In Australia, ladies wanted equality. I say, you've got it. Come and train with the men. It's better for you anyway. We do different drills to develop explosivity. I want to encourage arm drive and movement. I want leg extension. I need them to be explosive out of the blocks. I want full expression of movement. We use a lot of medicine ball work. That's a girl that went to the Tokyo Olympic Games for the 400. All about movement, expression of movement. Your athletes, be athletic. This is Australia's champion 400 metre runner now from 25 years ago. This is Cathy Freeman. That race was very significant for the nation of Australia because Cathy Freeman is Aboriginal. She's an Indigenous Australian. So Indigenous Australians have been in that country for 50,000 years, and she, to win a gold medal in the premier event at our own Olympics was huge. I was the team coach there, and I had my special accreditation, which could get me anywhere I wanted to go in the stadium. And after she crossed the finish line, my thought as the team coach was I should get down to congratulate Cathy. So I'm trying to get through the crowd. Everyone was celebrating. It was like New Year multiplied by 100. And they could see my tracksuit and my accreditation, so they're giving me high fives like I had won the race. Anyway, I finally got down near the track, and I thought to myself, seriously, why would Cathy Freeman want to see you? You're the last person she needs to see. And I decided I would walk back to the village. It was a beautiful night. So I'm walking back to the village in Sydney, and my phone rang. And it's probably about 45 minutes after her presentation ceremony. And I look at my phone and it says, Freeman. And I thought to myself, oh no, I've done something wrong. Something's happened to Cathy. She's our Olympic medalist. I'm meant to be the team coach. And I'm not there. All these things rush through my head. So I answer the phone with a lot of trepidation. Congratulations on a great run, Cathy. Fairly understated comment after she's won the greatest race in Australian sporting history. And she said, oh, thanks. I'm just glad that it's over. I'm so relieved. And we talked a little bit back and forward. And I said, Cathy, why exactly are you ringing me? And she said, well, I was doing my warm down and I couldn't remember if you said relay training tomorrow. Is it 10 or 11 that we've got relay training? And I said, Cathy, you are the queen of the world. You don't have to come to relay training. It was at 10 o'clock, but you can have the morning off. Oh, thanks. Oh, I'm going to enjoy it. I said, you have a great night. I got to the track the next morning at 9:30 for training for relays, and there she was, Cathy Freeman, the gold medalist, the Queen of Australia on that night. And I tell you that story because it shows a lot about what makes an Olympic champion. It was her attitude about what she had to do next. That was a time when she could have done anything and no one would have cared one bit. But she was thinking about, what do I have to do next? What is my responsibility? People want to know, what are the secrets of running a great 400? And I think Cathy Freeman. The sort of stuff that I'd give a 400 metre runner to do would be intervals of short duration, up to about a minute, and we'd do, say, 10-second efforts with 20 to 60 seconds recovery, depending on what you want to do. HIIT is high intensity intermittent training. So a really strong burst, as hard as you can go, short recovery, and do it again. Sprint starts, 40 metres by 6. Sleds, I like towing sleds, but I look at the sleds for a biomechanical feedback. If the sled's wobbling around all over the place, it means that the athlete's got some sort of deficiency, probably low back, so we'd strengthen that before I put too much weight on the sled. And generally speaking, I don't think you should have more than 15% of the athlete's weight on the sled. So if an athlete weighs, say, 80 kilos, I'd only have about 10, maybe 15 kilos on the sled. So it allows maximum expression of the movement. Here's some sled towing. I've got a Bendiria Boyer on the right, another fantastic athlete in Australia over 400, and then another, she's a sprinter, a Nigerian sprinter that I work with in Australia, both doing sled work at a grass oval we have in Sydney. I do lots of med ball and contrast work, so functional core, no point just doing sit-ups and crunching, but functional strength, as you would when you were running. When I look at 400 metres, and I look at what Nike did, they developed a Swift suit for Kathy in the lead up to the Olympic Games. They told us that when you're running the 400, female, your hands are moving at around about 65 kilometres an hour. Think about that. Next time you're driving your car at 65 k's, that's the speed of a female hand movement in a 400. The upper body is moving at around about 44 kilometres an hour. Thigh moves at 66 kilometres an hour. Lower leg moves at 71 k's an hour. According to statistics, the average speed in the woman's 400 is around about 30 kilometres an hour. In Australia, that is the speed limit in a school zone. So you've got to be careful at 30 kilometres an hour. But train the athlete at the speed and velocity. I've never understood why we do so much training at non-specific speed. If you want to be fast, train fast. That includes the gym. So if I'm in the gym, and we get time to talk on this too over today and tomorrow, if I innovate the muscle by, say, doing a power clean, that's fantastic. But I need to be moving the limb at this sort of speed. So that's going to be plyometric bounding, hopping, box jumps, something explosive and dynamic. So weight training switches the muscle on, if you like, but the movement expression that I'm looking for is in the form of bounding, jumping, hopping, whatever. That's what people think when they think of the 400, and they're right. It's not an event for the faint-hearted, and I don't think it gets any easier as you go. That it's about dealing with it. So when the lactic streams into the blood, the only way you can fight it is to have buffers, and they're like dam walls. So we're trying to build the dam wall, but ultimately it always breaks the dam wall, and that's the result. It's a hard, tough event. It's the energy system from your aerobic system that can help recover. So I look at 40-minute runs over hilly terrain. We do 60-minute bike sessions. If I've got them in the pool, sometimes I'll have them doing swimming in the pool. Australians are very good generally at swimming, and you'll see I've got there based on Kowalski. I'm not a swim coach, but Daniel Kowalski is one of Australia's greatest ever swimmers. He was a 1,500 metre swimmer who came up against the greatest of all time in Kieran Perkins. But this is one of the sessions that, when I was doing some work with Daniel around his conditioning, that we used to work on. 6x1k runs, 30-minute. We've got golf courses around most parts of Australia, so golf courses tend to be hilly terrain, so that's why that's in there. Aerobic conditioning intervals, hills, cycling, treadmill. If you're going to use a treadmill, just be a little bit careful. I'd put the treadmill on a little incline of about probably 5 degrees. Not sure if you do much boxing. I've probably got involved with boxing when I got into sports like football, but boxing is great for footwork and movement and getting you using your arms. So for a 400 metre run, you'd have to hold your arms up while you're moving and using your cardiovascular system. I do recommend boxing. Rowers, elliptical, grinder, Alter G. If you're unsure of any of those pieces of equipment, happy to talk to you, and I've probably got video of it to show you if you wanted. Sydney is a city by the sea, and we have some of the biggest sand dunes you could imagine. And my athletes have all grown to actually loathe the sand dunes, but they're a tough session running up and down on the sand dunes. It's unforgiving. I get them to do things in teams, so they've got to learn to work together and encourage each other to their best effort. This is a sand dune just near Sydney, like probably 20 minutes from the heart of Sydney. That's a better view of it. If you're going to train and you don't train hard enough, you're wasting your time. So if you're an athlete and you're in self-protection mode, thinking, oh, it's just too hard for me, you may as well have stayed home. If you're going to go there and smash yourself over and over, doing more and more and more, then it's going to be harmful. If you're the coach that you wear the athletes lying on the ground like a badge of courage, they're going to break down. You've got to balance it off and give them moderate training. I won't take you through this too much, but you can have a copy of it if you like. When I look at the runners and their energy systems, which we talked about in my first session, which is why I wanted to talk about parameters before I talked about this, a 400 metre runner, 48% of it is lactic type work. If you look at this training, 37% is dependent on their aerobic system. So I have to spend time getting my athletes aerobically fit. But the problem if I do aerobic training, like just going for a long, slow run, it's just that. The muscle is contracting at a slow rate. So I want exercise or activity that's going to have them moving their limbs at a higher rate. So things like high intensity intermittent training on a bike, cycling on a bike, doing things like boxing, short sprints followed by longer, things like skipping. These are all going to give you an aerobic base whilst maintaining your speed. So I'm very mindful of those factors. I also look at the heart rate of the athletes that I'm working with my athletes. I can see then if they're training. And with technology now as it is, I don't know how many of you would have a Whoop, as in a Whoop watch. Even your Apple watch will work now, or you could be using, I've got a ring on there, you'll see it there called an Oura. That will also measure heart rate. So I can see what my resting heart rate is at any time. In the gym, well, we do strength training. For the 400 guys, I'm start off mainly in hypertrophy and then move into power. We do lots of functional strength like this. I just look at stability. I want my athletes to be stable when they're strong and fatigued. I talked to you before about training in water. The girl that's in the water there, her name is Jana Pittman. She was a world champion 400 metre hurdler that I work with, and we used to do a lot of her strength work in the water. There were a few issues that she had as a female athlete, which is why we were doing it. But we would take her to the local swimming pool and use these things in the water. If any of you are interested in that, just let me know and I'll tell you how to get those utility items. We'd also look at movement and control as they'd get through. So we'd have Buster, in this case, doing his little dance, but it's a functional movement. How do you become as athletic as you can and move and keep it constant? I want rhythm, I want timing. So all the athletes can do that. And the bonus product is when they go out on a Friday night, they can dance. I love plyometrics. Plyometrics is a Greek term, just means greater measure. It's a greater measure of force. What I'm looking for is to decrease their contact time, maximise your force and increase your speed. This is an example of plyometrics. So this is a young athlete that I'm coaching, so he's particularly good. We've built up to single leg. I wouldn't have too much single leg hopping. This is now going off a double jump onto the box. But nice, controlled, explosive landing. Strength work doesn't just have to be about weights. In fact, I think it's a bit of a cop-out. Australia's got very remote areas, and I remember once I had an email from a young athlete, and he'd made his own weights. He'd gone along a train line and lifted off the nails off the train line and welded them together. So he had a 1 nail weight, a 2 nail weight, a 4 nail weight, and he was doing things with water, jumping ropes and so on to put his program together. The limitation is only in your head as to what you can do. Again, you can have all these notes if you like the look of these. If I was a coach, I'm saying to you, provide the training stimulus for your athlete that exceeds their threshold but doesn't become so excessive as to be destructive. If you have a pattern of your athletes getting injured, it means that your training is too much for them. That's your fault. What is the threshold? That's the level of intensity required to stress the body to cause adaptation and subsequently an improved performance. If you are not training at your threshold, you are not going to get a result. If you're looking after yourself and always training sub your max, you're not going to improve. We measure intensity by heart rate. So look at your max heart rate. You've got smart watches like your Apple Watch, your Oura Ring, Whoop. Now that you just look at your watch and it'll tell you where you are as a percentage of your max heart rate. Bit harder to work out your maximal VO2. You could do it in a lab, but you can estimate it. Aerobic threshold is around 70% of your max heart rate. Anaerobic threshold is generally around 70 to 85% max threshold. So when I'm talking about my 400 metre runners, I want them to be training at their anaerobic threshold. So I want them when they're running, I want them about 85% of their max heart rate. There's your key takeaway. If I'm going to train the aerobic training zone, it's around 70 to 85% of your heart rate. Anaerobic training zone, 85 to 100. If you've got 2 people in your training squad, they're going to respond differently. So one athlete at 70 to 85% might be 180 beats per minute. Another one might be 168. Train them according to their own needs. When I look at nutrition, nutrition is an important thing for me. I'd been coaching for a number of years, and the dietitians in Australia kept pushing out the same nutrition plan. So I decided I'd do another degree, and I did it in nutrition so I could find out. And one of the things I've learned is that there's individuality. And I think there's a big individuality for what you have here in India. If I gave my athlete in Australia the diet that you have as yours, too fast? Just a moment.
Hello. My athlete is primary energy source is beta hydroxybutyrate and acetoacetate. So the lactic and lactic phase, how to deal with?
I'm still not understanding your question.
Beta hydroxybutyrate.
I can't hear you.
Beta hydroxybutyrate.
Can you?
BHB. Sir,
Yeah.
if my athlete is thriving in the BHB, beta hydroxybutyrate and acetoacetate, primary energy source. So the lactic and lactic phase, how to deal with? How to deal with?
Delete it.
Lactic and lactic phase for 400.
Yes, yeah. How to deal with your lactic?
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
Sorry.
No, bear with me. Okay, so as I understand it, the question is, when your athlete's in a high lactic training, and how are we training them to deal with lactic acid? Is that correct, what you're asking? Oh. Oh, well, you can't, if the lactate level is at the highest level ever, then you can't perform through this. You need to get them, we can improve their buffer zone by the type of training that we're doing, and we've tried also with ergogenic aids, so we've used things like sodium bicarbonate and these things to actually act as a buffer, but you can develop a natural buffer to the lactic. That's the only way that we've found so far that works, rather than using ergogenic. And then it comes about that what you have to do is give them more active recovery to dissipate that lactate that's actually maximised in the muscle. The worst thing they can do is to lie down and to stop, and we try to elevate their legs and we try to get them moving. After the event, we found the best way to actually dissipate that high levels of pH in the muscle is by massage or by movement in a medium like water. They are the best ways. In terms of taking a supplement to dissipate, we haven't found it. We haven't found anything. Yes. Yeah, we'll talk after. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure I understand your question. Sorry, I'll just bring you back in there. And look, my apologies to the gentleman asking the question too. I think he's asking me a very clear question, but I'm not 100% hearing what he's saying. I'm not quite across his question, so I'll answer you one-to-one after. When we look at the individual, we look at, well, what does the individual need for it? I've had a number of different athletes come to me, from world-class 400 metre runners who are already performing on the stage to young athletes who make their way. So I look at what the individual needs are of that athlete, and probably different for you here in India, but we look very much at their family background, because we've got all different ethnicities in Australia. As I said to you before, we have a lot of Indian athletes in Australia, and you saw one that I was coaching. He was in the room here with me before, Sarthak. But I've got a number of African athletes, I've got a number of English athletes, I've got a number of other Asian country athletes, so they all need different types of training. We use things like sleds. I'm sure there's nothing new with the sleds, but if I look at that sled there, it goes forward and it's pretty straight. So that guy is okay. This guy, look at the sled, it's all over the place. Now look at his feet, they're all over the place. This guy takes a little while to get moving, and when he starts, the sled starts pretty straight, and then as he gets on, he's going all over the place. So straight, now the sled starts to move. Why I chose to put this in this presentation for you is, I want you to understand that these are three boys, the same age, playing the same sport. But when it comes to strength, they need different things. This first one, the sled goes straight. He just needs a basic strength program that shows him what to do. This guy, it's all over the place from the beginning. He needs a program mainly around stability and control. This guy's program, when he finally moves, he's got good base strength, but he has got no strength endurance. That's why the sled goes all over the place. So I've got a general strength, a basic strength, and a strength endurance program. 3 athletes, same sport, 3 different programs. Does that make sense? If not, we can talk about it some more. I look at the person first and the athlete second. I look at their biomechanics. When I put the program together, I work in, well, generally 6-week cycles. I try to go on 6-week cycles. Sometimes it's easier if they're at school to go on 4-week cycles, so it's monthly. But each has a separate foundation. Speed is in the program all year. So when I first started coaching, we were taught to have endurance, then speed endurance, and then speed at the end. That's a very old-fashioned way of looking at a training program. And I challenge you, how can you have endurance, speed endurance, and then speed. How can you have speed enduring if you haven't developed speed yet? Doesn't make sense. So I have speed through my program the whole time. With the 400, I do a lot of race modelling. What are the world-class runners doing for 50, for the 100, 200, 300, 400 metre mark? Last night I was in Kochi and I went to time my athlete from the 100 metre mark, and I got told, no, you can't come around here. So I tried to sneak my way up to the 200 mark, and they said, no, you can't come here. So you might have some challenges in India with a race model project. I like my athletes to be professional, but make sure you have fun. Now, if you don't get anything out of my presentation today, please get this, because I think this is the true secret of 400 metre running. It's differentials, and it's been around for a long time. In fact, when I had to write my thesis for athletics, I did it on this very thing. There's some old data here, and I'm not naive enough to think that a lot of this data has been influenced by the use of performance-enhancing drugs. I'm talking about winning times from the Soviet Union. I'm going back to about the time of 1985, but they had these standards set up for the Soviet Research Institute, where they were saying the winning time would have to be around about 43.9. At that time when I wrote this, Steve Lewis was the #1 400 metre runner in the world, and he'd run 43.87. So this had come, those parameters were put in by the Soviet Union about 10 years before this happened. They got the weight wrong, they got the height about right, they had his age, well he was much younger than what they predicted. Now this is the important part. The 400 metre split at the 200 is 21.4. They predicted it'd need to be 21.2. The 400 metre split at 300, they predicted would need to be 32.2. He's run 32.1. The 200 metre differential, so that's the difference between his first 200 and his second. They predicted it'd need to be 1.8 to 2.2. He's run 1.05. The final 100, they said he'd need to run somewhere between 12.3 and 12.8. He's run 11.74. Phenomenal timing. But that's still relevant today. If you have an athlete in India that could run 43.87, they're going to probably win in Los Angeles at the next Olympic Games. So your differential targets are there. And I say to Sarthak, the Indian athlete that I'm working with for the 400, if you can't run your first 400 in a low 21-second effort, you're not going to cut it. You're not going to be able to run a 400 in 44 seconds. You've got to be able to run a 200 in 21. You can't just say, oh, well, I'll come home strong. You won't come home strong because the lactic's going to be flooding through your system and debilitating the muscle movement. For the men, you've got to be able to run a 21.4 for your 200 to be able to back up and run a 44. And that's a world-class time. So this girl's a 48-second 400 metre runner in Australia. And this is just, again, some of the training that we were doing with her. At the end of the day, there's no shortcuts. It's just hard work. So we just looked at what we were going to do for her. When we look at, from an Australian female point of view, when we looked for Bendiri, the winning time was 49.6. At this time, she's 1.5 seconds off the pace. The slowest qualifier for the final was 51.3. So if we want to get her into the Olympic final, she's got to run that. Her weight, she's very light. Her height, she's short. Well, I can't do much about that. God gave her a height. But she's got time on her side. So that's how we started looking at her event and what we were going to do to get her performances. We then would structure up a periodised plan on when I'd have her at her best times, what the emphasis would be on speed endurance, aerobic endurance, her strength, and put it all together. Again, if you think that looks interesting for you and you'd like to have a copy that you're going to have a look at, it's yours. Just tell me and I'll send it to you. I look again at her posture. So go back to the original presentation, looking at what she was and what we were trying to take her to. Physically, you've got to have them ready and get them right to be able to do it. When I look at the 400, I look at her aerobic condition, lay the base. If I've got a good base there, that will help her recover even between rounds. So I don't want it to be my focus, but I do need it to be there for recovery. Her strength was about foundation, teaching her how to lift and giving her posture. As I've said, speed kills and speed endurance hides the body. So speed work, speed kills everything, but speed endurance hides the body. So you must do speed endurance. Neuromuscular conditioning, get the neural stuff. I have a 7-point race plan for my athletes, and we will bring this around depending on what their individual needs are. But the initial 60 metres, I want it to be fast. Get out. Athletes going out slow to try to save themselves. Remember the energy system that we talked about. It's only got a small window. So why would you waste it by going slowly at the beginning, which leaves you more fatigue level at the back end? So go out hard. Set the race pattern. For Bendiri, we talked about 34 steps, given that she's got a 1.76 metre stride length, and we did 8 steps attack model. So I was coaching her how to take the first 8 steps out of the blocks to set up her 400. From there, she was fast but reserved as she went around into the back straight. You've got to be relaxed. Don't fight. Be relaxed into the back straight. The back straight will be the fastest segment of her run. A lot of athletes running 400 make the mistake of saving themselves for the finish. All you're saving yourselves is for mountains of lactic to stream into your body. Go hard up the back straight. It's the fastest leg of the 400. When you look at every 400 metre at the Olympics over the last 24 years, the fastest segment, men and women, is the back straight. Think relax, fluid movement. At the 150 metre, patience is the key. So roughly where the steeple barrier will be, that's where you've got to move from. Drive off the bend. If you wait and save yourself, lactic's about to jump on your back. Kick into the straight, run over the ground. Don't reach for the line. Don't fight in the home straight. Let the finish line come to you. That's my simple race plan. The 8-step attack model, when we're looking at her first 60 metres, I want it to be fast, so I want her first 8 steps to attack. I watch 400 metre runners over the years and they go out too steadily and passively. So with my athletes, I'll get them to attack the first 8 steps, bang, 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 and we try to push it up. And with Bendiri, we were looking at her having an average step rate of 1.76 metres, bearing in mind her first step out of the blocks is less than a metre. So it means by the time she was up to her 8 steps, she was doing 2.3 metre steps after 8 steps. We'd look at, again, the differentials of her. This was a race that we did down in Melbourne where she ran 53.01 and looked at the interval spacing of times, and then I'd find the weaknesses in her run model from that. And so from that, I could go back and rework my race plan and make it individualised for her. So we were looking at her 0 to 50, 50 to 100, and basically every 50 segment up to 400, and looking at where her weaknesses were. And as you can see, it was the back end for her. Like, she was just not able to finish strongly. So we were looking not only at her physical strength, but her ability to repeat effort. So we're building into that. That's just more of the same. Don't know if you can hear this.
2020 hit so many of us so hard, and that includes our Olympic hopefuls who are still chasing their dreams for Tokyo. And while many of those athletes are...
No, can't hear it. I can't get it to come on speaker. So with the athletes, again, like what I've told you, we monitor our performance with our training loads, and I look at our fitness tests. We use RPE in our training, and obviously the performance is our results. I'm mapping out her training every week. I'm looking at her RPE and how she's coping with the training. I'm happy to talk to you more on this if you like. In fact, if anyone's really into how we do this, because it doesn't require much equipment, we can sit down and do a one-on-one on this. Last bits. Sports science facilities, ongoing assessment and database. So we're using, but everything I see here, you've already got all of that stuff in place. I do lots of visual assessment. I use biomechanics a lot. Podiatry was a big factor for a couple of the athletes I had. And we did big links with the universities. So the reason why I was linking with the universities was to access their testing equipment. So things like their VO2 max, their skin folds, I could link into the university. I could also get students to do their studies with it. We've talked about those. I don't need to talk to you more about it anymore. Okay, I think you've probably heard enough from me on 400s anyway. Are there any questions that any of you have? I know I've got a discussion going on with this gentleman in front row.
Sir, my question is, if my athlete, his primary energy source is beta hydroxybutyrate and acetoacetate, that is the main components of ketone body, and it is going up to 4 to 5 millimolar per liter in the blood. So how the first phase and second phase we will deal with?
Okay, I think I'm understanding you. Are you asking me, can you train the buffer zone? So yes. Right. So what I would be doing then is repeat sprint effort on that athlete. So what we're trying to do is push their buffer zone up. The best way I found is through ergogenic aid. That's what I started to say to you before, but also in doing repeat effort running. So they'll do one run, short recovery, another run, short recovery, another one. And I'm testing through, I'll test their lactate just through a...
Because there is no glucose in my energy source. So can I targeted glucose can be induced 15 minutes before the competition of 400 meter run?
The problem if you ingest glucose before you run, you'll get an insulin spike. Hmm. 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 Well, I believe that you can train it, and I believe that they should be able to run through that. But if he's already in a state of ketosis before you start, then you're in trouble. But he shouldn't be there. Yes, provided you don't... I would keep it simple. I would keep it as a gel rather than a food. I'd have it as a gel. It is. Yeah, well, I think you could do that. You could do that. I'd be interested to see what would happen with the spike. Yeah.
Sir, can we have this one individual?
Yeah.
So
all right. It's an interesting topic for
it's
two
a
of us.
one. So any other questions? Yep.
Sir, you said that a plan is take 34 steps to finish the 400. One step take 1.76 meter.
I was talking about one athlete, that was the athlete that I was coaching there. So the athlete I kept coming back to, the female 400 metre runner, I was sharing with you the data that we used for her. So when we did analysis of her, we found her stride rate was 1.72, and that was the pattern that we brought up for her. So that was that girl from the very beginning. There she is there. So we did all of our data analysis on her, and we looked at our Institute of Sport, and we started to work out, well, what do we need to put that in? So she would take 34 steps, given a 1.76 metre, So everything was based on there. So I'm trying to share with you, look at the individual athlete, use your institute program, and start to then specifically apply what is it you're trying to coach, rather than saying to your athlete, well, let's see how fast we can get 50 metres. Now you're going to say, okay, I think that you have an average stride length of, in this case, 1.76 centimetres. In 34 steps, you'll be able to do this. You'll run this time. That's what we're now training for. Then you want to take that into competition.
Students, any questions from your end? Specializations in athletics as well as in strength and conditioning. Here it is a discussion part, not a personal discussions. Okay.
Okay. No, that's it. Yeah, finish. Yeah, I think they've had enough.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a wonderful session on this. So many more questions are there, so we are expecting in the future also. They may hesitate. Anyhow, links are there. You can scan it, and if you have any doubts, sir is ready to clarify on those things. Once again, on behalf of institution, I thank you for your valuable presence and your presentation, sir. So, next session will be 2:45. So for students, you have to be 2:45 here, and exactly 3 o'clock we are going to start this session. And the uniform is a tracksuit, you should have it. A sports uniform, you should wear it for the evening session. We are going to have 2 evening sessions. One is 3 o'clock, another one is followed by 4:30. Practical session will be on athletic ground. I hope this information is very clear. Thank you very much. Posture and performance. So it's a very important topic for our physical education teachers also. At the end, you have to be at the school levels. There you need to find out the postural defects and how you are able to correct those things. Even it's a vital important role for us also. We need to identify it, what sort of students there are around us. So in this matter, how this performance relates with the posture will be briefed by our respected resource person, John sir. Sir, I welcome for this 4th session on behalf of all students. Sir, please take over, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we did try to give you as long a break as you could from me, so you've got another hour. I think after coaching for many years that this topic is the most important one, but it took me more than 30 years of coaching to realise how important it was. And for those of you in the room aspiring to be elite athlete, or a coach of elite athlete, this is the presentation I think that can make the difference between success and failure. I'm talking about posture and performance. When we talk about sport, it's pretty easy to think about what's required. So think about the sport that you are involved in. What are the key elements that are required for your sport? Well, I've made a living out of speed. Speed being the main ingredient for the sports. We even had a sponsor once at one of the organisations I work with. The sponsor was the Accident Commission of Victoria, and their slogan was, "Speed kills." It was to stop people from driving too fast. But in sport, speed kills. It's an essential requirement. But no point having this explosive dynamic speed if you can't sustain it over the duration of a competition, of an event. And I'm not just talking about a game. What about the season? We all know of the team that we follow that win the first 3 or 4 games of a season only to fall away as the season progresses and miss out on the final series. That's just a longer form of endurance. Strength. We've already had a little bit of a chat this morning about the need for strength and being able to apply that strength. Strength multiplied by speed equals power. Sport is really an expression of power. And mobility. I walk around India and I'm amazed at the levels of mobility of all people here. Their ankle, knee, hip mobility is something that some of my athletes could only dream of. But when we talk about those aspects, they're what I would call the big rocks. They're the big rocks for sport. It's not just about the big rocks. It's about things like body mass. If you weigh too much, you put on too much muscle, you've got to carry that into the game or the tournament. That weighs you down, especially if it's not functional mass. So we keep a close eye on body mass. And sometimes, in some sports, we can get carried away with the body mass being too little. Getting athletes to lose too much weight because it's not functional enough, and then that sends them into all other issues. Body mass is something that is very important for performance. Hydration. I keep saying to you, I'm going to talk to you about hydration, so you're going to cop this one later on. But hydration, if you're not hydrated before you begin, then you're not going to reach your maximum potential. So too with nutrition. Sleep. The body doesn't start to recover until it's in sleep. You need to prioritise sleep as a major part of your training. It's not just something you do when you're not training. It lays the foundation for it. Active recovery. What are you doing to actively recover? You recover from movement, not just from lying down. But maybe, just maybe, the biggest one for performance is that of posture. And as I said to you, when I first started coaching, I didn't realise that. And it's only over lesson upon lesson, and we keep getting taught lessons until we learn it. And the lessons a coach gets taught is, my athlete keeps breaking down with that injury. My athlete's not performing at the level I thought that he or she would. My athlete's not extending back like I thought they would in competition. And for me, the answer came back to posture. Well, we talked already this morning about foundation posture. So this is just a recap, just to keep your mind in that space. You need to address the strength imbalance of your athlete. Before worrying about whether they can squat 100 kilos, consider what exercise are most required for or by that individual. Address the imbalances first before you go worrying about the power cleans or the overhead split snatch or the latest trend that you've seen on an Instagram clip. What are the imbalances of the individual? Sport doesn't just require coordination, it requires balance. Good posture aligns your spine and your limbs to help you balance and coordinate movements more effectively. The squad of athletes that I work with, we have a team of people around them to maintain them in peak physical condition. If you think about what's the team around you, I'm sure you'd be thinking, well, I have a coach. Maybe you say you have a physiotherapist or a physical therapist that you go to. Maybe you even get massage. Maybe you have a strength coach. What other members do you have in your team? Poor posture can throw off your balance, negatively affect performance, and increase your risk of injuries. If you're going to be a coach, and even if you want to be a coach of you, because I think if you want to be the best athlete possible, you have to be a coach of you. Understand biomechanics and human movement. Experience working in areas of movement, health and performance. We're going to have a look at your history, background and experience. I'm trying to give you 40 years of my experience in the next 40 minutes. 1 year for every minute of my life. I've shown you the graphic of posture. I've talked to you about the weight of your head. But when we talk about those things, we shouldn't just talk about your upper back. Your mother or your father saying, sit up straight. You've got a terrible posture. Posture's more than that. Posture's about your ankle, knee and hip. If you want to maximise speed, especially in acceleration, you have to get what we call a triple extension through the ankle, knee and hip. That's a postural control. Elbow, wrist and shoulders are all drivers. I'm going to explain to you why the neck governs everything. It's the governor. I want to talk about different muscles in your upper body, your pec, your sub-scap. I want to talk about your low back and how these all affect your posture and performance. By the time you leave today, in the next 40 minutes, I hope I've planted a seed in your mind of how you can improve your posture just like that, which will improve your performance. So what can highlight poor technique and performance? Well, we talked about fatigue, we talked about incline, and I told you how much I like that ramp out there. I'd be using that a lot. The different surfaces, I've shown you these. This here is what we call the clavicle. The clavicle stays still. Now, we're going to do a practical outside in a little while, but I want to show you how the clavicle is a direct link to your speed and performance. When we go outside for the practical class, we'll be doing work with that. So understand when I say clavicle or collarbone, that's what I'm talking about. Both your head position and gaze have been shown to influence your kinetics and kinematics. Your athlete's head should be maintained in a neutral position to slight extension in relation to the spine. The neck should also be held in line to the plane of the torso. What on earth does that mean? The position of my head determines the position of my hips. Watch. If I stand in this position here and I look straight ahead, my hips stay neutral. If I look down at my knees, I can't hold my hips in the same position. They move back. If I decide I want to have a look up at the ceiling, to have a look at what's going on there, my hips are going to move forward. If I'm lifting in the gym and I look too soon like that, my hips are going to go forward. If I look down too much, my hips are back. I'm going to load my back. If I'm sprinting for a contested situation to get to a contest in basketball and I lift my head, my hips come there, my foot's going to go out in front of me. In Australia, if a child does this to another child, they get into lots of trouble because they're saying to the other child, you're a loser. But I say, not a loser, I want you to understand that's the angle of your head. The postural position of your neck is an L. Simple as that. If you move away, your hips go forward. If you come squash it, your hips go back. It's as simple as that to remind yourself. If you're doing a drill, lifting, make sure your head's in the right position because that's going to affect the position of your pelvis. It is, from a coach's perspective, coach the joint. have a look at the angle of the neck joint. That will ensure that they're in the right position. Where your focus is, that's where you will go. Ankle position. Do you remember this morning I talked to you about there were two factors that determine speed. One is the length of stride, the other one is the rate of stride. We can impact on your rate of stride. And when we go out for the outside again, I'm going to show you how we can do that. If you have your ankle in the wrong position, it switches on and off different muscles in the low leg, particularly that of the calf. I want to show you that and how that's going to impact on your ability to run and change direction as quickly as you can. It's a simple thing, and from where I come from, if we can get the athlete changing that angle of the ankle, they will get a change in their speed pattern that's measurable. So in terms of like a 20-metre sprint time, ankle position might be the key factor for you. So they're little snippets for you when we get into it. Understand the terms. Plantar flexion is when the foot goes down. Dorsiflexion is when the foot goes up. Plantar down, dorsi up. When I was a student, I used to have to put pictures in my brain to remember the terms. Plantar seed in the ground. Plantar. You don't plant a seed in the sky. Plant a seed in the ground. A shark has a dorsal fin. Dorsi up. Plantar down, dorsi up. Plantar down, dorsi up. We're going to be doing this outside, so be understanding the difference between plantar flexion and dorsiflexion. So I've got a little bit of research on this if you'd like it. It's there on the side in the red. But if your ankle position is in the dorsiflex position, it actually activates your pelvic floor muscle. Now think about that. If my foot is in this position, it activates here. If you are playing volleyball and you have to hit the ball down, you have to be switched on there. If you let your ankle drop down, you switch off pelvic floor. If you're a bowler in cricket and your penultimate step has your toes down like this, you switch off your pelvic floor, so you're going to collapse through the bowl. Simple, have your foot up and you switch on your pelvic floor. It increases your power. If you're a sprinter, and we say to our sprinters, sprint on your toes, run on your toes. No, you don't run on your toes. You run with a low heel carriage because we want our foot dorsiflexed. If you run on your toes like that, it switches off this part of your body, which means you sink. That increases contact time, makes you slower. You cannot take the next step until your heel lowers to the ground. Again, you've had to endure now 3 hours of me. But if you can remember dorsiflexion, plantar flexion, it might just be worth it, because that will improve your performance and stability. If you look down the end there, it's a big call, but the dorsiflexion or the position of the ankle may even decrease anterior cruciate ligament injury. ACL injuries in Australia are amongst the most debilitating injuries that we have in sport. Because if you do an ACL, you're going to lose at least 1 year in our current method of rehabilitation. It's going to take a surgical intervention and then rehabilitation to strengthen it up. And to the ladies in the room, you're more predisposed to ACL injuries than the men. And the reason why is to do with what we call your Q angle, so to do with your hips. and the angle comes down like that, which loads the ACL. So when you're playing sport that requires change of direction, and around the world now, girls are playing more invasion games. Invasion games like basketball, football, so on. Your ACLs are going to be more exposed. Our Australian women's soccer team at the moment, we have one ACL to our best player, and our second best player, she's just escaped. They thought she'd done one, but she's just got away with it. So it's an area that you can pre-strengthen and put extra work into that. And we'll talk about how do you pre-strengthen posture around your ankle to stop ACL injury. Posture around your knee, elbow, wrist. Well, I've talked a little bit about the knee already with the ACL. The elbow is very important because it's going to control speed. Remember, speed kills. If you open up the elbow joint, it increases contact time. I'm going to get you to do this outside, but this is what the explanation is. If I run as fast as I can, there's nothing wrong with me running with straight arms, other than I look like an idiot. If I want to make it go faster, I just bend it so it moves quicker. The leg will only go at the same rate as what the knee is moving. If I want it to go faster, just bend the arm in half. What we see a lot when people are running is one arm will come to here like this, and as it travels back, it opens at the elbow. That's okay in an acceleration phase because I want to increase my contact time as I'm running away. But as I get into full speed, this just throws out the timing. That's where a lot of injuries come from lower leg, hamstring in particular, because of this imbalance. Just from the posture of the elbow. Even worse is the wrist. If you flick the wrist like this when you run, that just delays that even more. So we need to work on the posture of the wrist, posture of the elbow, and the clavicle in one action to maximise force production. Now, we're not going to do all of these exercises when we go outside, but I thought they were worthwhile putting in a presentation for you, so when you're putting your program together, you've got a list of some suggestions for it. When I'm trying to mobilise back for my athletes, these are my go-to exercises for low back strength and mobility. A lot of people come to see me either for athletics or sometimes in the medical clinic where I consult as an exercise physiologist, and they come to me with low back pain. Well, the back pain is quite often to do with a lack of strength and lack of mobility, but the issue is coming from another part of the body, so you have to find that. But these would be the exercises I would give them to do. We'll look at these when we go outside. Those of you who are going to do the prac side, we can do these. When I look at functional core, hip flexor and low back, these are my exercises that I go to. When I look at that screen there, there's two exercises in particular that I would rate very, very highly for you. The first one is the guy doing the in-place lunge with the bar between the legs, in the middle, top row. What that does is, from a postural point of view, is it's impossible, virtually impossible, to get yourself into the wrong position from a posture point of view. I cannot lift the weight if I'm like this. It forces my back into that position. It also stretches out this area here, your hip flexor, so that that takes a load off your low back. So it's a great mobiliser for hip, glute, mobilises low back, and puts your back into the correct position. Have many of you done Pilates as a form of strength or conditioning? Anyone done Pilates? Do you know what I'm talking about when I talk about Pilates? Well, I'm looking at you thinking, well, you either don't understand what I'm saying or you're not doing it. So Pilates was, or is, a form of functional strength, and it was started by a ballet dancer, and his name was Joseph Pilates, and it's functional strength. If you look on the bottom there, bottom left, that exercise, I've taken that from Pilates, and we're going to do that. I don't really think doing lots of sit-ups and things like that are really very good for your core, certainly not good for your posture. But that one down the bottom there, bottom left, is the one we're going to do outside in our practicum. So be ready to do that one. That's a Pilates exercise. And if you don't know what Pilates is, I'd recommend Google Pilates, Pilates, Google that and have a look, because that should form part of your strength. Years ago, I got so tired of athletes always having problems with their hip and low back. Keep coming back to why are we doing this? Speed is determined by two things: length of stride, rate of stride. Most of what I'm talking to you about is going to impact on the rate of stride. If you're weak through your low back and glutes, it means that as you take a step, you will sink into the ground. That therefore increases your contact time. If I'm running, and as I hit the ground, I sink like this, then that's going to take more time than hit the ground and get off. If you watch video footage of yourself, and you see one foot land like this, and the back leg go like that, you are dropping through there. The body follows the path of least resistance. Remember, you are mainly made up of water. Water will only wake its way through rocks over a millennium. It generally just goes around the rock. It follows the path of least resistance. You're the same. If you have a knot or a rock in your hip and glute, the body just works around it. You need to actually realign the rocks. The hip control routine is part of that. We'll be doing that. When I look at affecting strength for upper body, for postural change, these are my go-to exercises. You wouldn't even need weights for this. You could do it with an exercise band, and again, we'll look at some of these. The first one is just what we call a face pull. You just pull the band to your face like this, a face pull. The second one is a lat pull down. I see athletes do these, but quite often they're pulling the bar behind their head. I'd say pull it to your chest. So pull it in front so that it doesn't impact your posture. Shoulder shrugs, kettlebell upright rows, reverse flies, and a kettlebell single arm row. Now if you look at this, the knee stability, I look at things probably a little bit differently. You'll have to do your maths on this because I can't convert over to Indian currency quickly enough for you. But if we looked at professional footballer in Australia, their average salary over the course of a season is just a little bit over $250,000. That's the average. The best players are on over $1 million a year. Let's just talk the average, and let's make the maths easier and say if they get $240,000 and they play about 24 games a year. Therefore, consider they get paid $10,000 for every game they play. And to get that, they've got to turn up for training, they've got to eat the right food, all that stuff. $10,000 a game. When I look at that, a hamstring injury because of poor hip control is not a 3-week injury. It's $30,000 in lost productivity. An ACL is not, oh, you poor thing, you're out for the year. No, you've just lost $250,000 in productivity. If I get 4 ACLs in a year, I've lost $1 million in productivity. These exercises can actually affect the productivity of your programs. The first one there is a very odd looking exercise that I developed along with another coach in the United States, and it's to stabilise the knee. The knee is stabilised by two key areas. One is the muscle just above on the inside of your knee, and we'll often abbreviate that to VMO. VMO stands for vastus medialis obliquus. I will show you VMO when we get outside. It's easy to strengthen that one up. Doing basic things like leg extensions in the gym will do VMO. But it's harder to strengthen the calf in underneath. The calf can be a very hard muscle to strengthen anyway. If you did a biopsy on the calf muscle, you will find, if you put it under the microscope, that it's mainly all red. The reason it's red is because it's all slow twitch muscle. It's a posture muscle. It's slow, it doesn't get strong. If any of you are trying to build your calf muscles, you're not going to be able to because it's a slow twitch muscle. When you put the tennis ball between your heels like this and raise, it switches on the calf muscle just under the knee. It's what we call the tibialis and fibula joint, tib-fib joint. So it'll strengthen in there, which will stabilise the knee. Combine that exercise with your VMO and you stabilise the knee joint. We'll do some of that outside as well. Other exercises to strengthen up the stability of the calf, I've tried to show you those, and the direction of your foot. If you're having ankle and foot problems, that one with the band, with the blue band, there's your exercise to do. The feet are really neglected. In Australia, we keep getting our kids in the best footwear we can possibly get them in, and we're spending a fortune on shoes. If they're having problems, we'll take them to a podiatrist, and the podiatrist will make some sort of insert to go into their shoe. The problem with that thinking is if you don't use it, you lose it. You must strengthen your feet. That's where everything comes from. Your drive for speed comes from your big toe. So we'll do a lot of exercises to strengthen their feet. We're going to be doing some balancing work on the foam rollers. You can see that person, or just one foot on the foam roller there, and then if you look along, there's 2 feet. They're standing on it and trying to do some squats. The blue and red discs, we call those Dura discs. I don't think you've got them here today, but all they are is about the size of a dinner plate, and you inflate them, and so you get balance off those. So I get my athletes lifting on those, and using boards like for stretching your Achilles are good also for just changing the range of what you're doing. What this will assist you for is not only running, but probably more importantly, change your direction. So if you're in a sport like, say, basketball or tennis, where you've got to change direction, these exercises are going to be super beneficial for you. Stronger feet will also help you distribute your force. But probably most importantly, they develop proprioception. Can anyone tell me what proprioception is? I didn't think you'd know. Proprioception is knowing where you are in time and space. Okay, let's try to wake you up a little bit. Stand up for me, please. We're going to do a proprioception exercise. Stand up. You probably haven't played this game since you were a young child at a birthday party. With your chosen hand, whether you're right-handed or left-handed, I want you to put your finger on your nose. I want you to grab your left earlobe. I want you to touch your chin. Right earlobe, right eyebrow, nose, lips, left ear. Are you ready? It's about to get quicker. Are you ready? Nose, right ear, left ear, chin, nose, eyebrow, nose, ear, chin. Now, if we really had time, I'd spin you around 3 times that way, 3 times that way. Close your eyes, no cheating. Close your eyes. Are you ready? Touch your chin, nose, elbow, left knee. Oh, now I've bugged you up, haven't I? Ready again. Ready. Close your eyes. Knee. Nose. Ear. Eyebrow. Chin. Ear. Nose. Right eyebrow. Right ear. Left ear. Nose. Stop. Sit down. What I'm trying to demonstrate to you is proprioception is knowing where you are in time and space. Are you ready? If I'm standing on my ankle on one foot rather like this, I can stand like this because I can see the curtain there out of the corner of my eye. I can see the projector there. And that gives me a sense of where I am in time and space. But as soon as I close my eyes, give it a little bit, and my foot starts to get in, so I start moving to find that balance. That's true proprioception of your feet. If you strap your ankles all the time before you play sport, you start to lose your proprioception. It's like playing with your eyes like this, but the reality is, in a game, your ankles can't see. You've got to be able to change direction. So strengthen your ankles and the proprioception ability as a paramount. So if I do that, at the end of a training session, I'll be doing exercises like this in the gym, but at the end of a training session, I will get my athletes actually doing activities in the long jump pit, which I want to do with you outside. We're going to do a series of foot intrinsic strengthening exercises outside. I have a whole host of other information on that. If I've said anything to you as a coaching group or an athlete group that you think, well, that's me, I could benefit from that, all I need you to do is send me an email and say, I would like the information on the foot intrinsic work. I would like the information you've got on strengthening my knee joint. I would like the information you've got on my clavicle, and I will give it to you. Anything I've got, it's yours. Before we go into our practical class, do we have any questions? Now, I know that I've got a question from one young man because he asked me a great question before, so we're going to come to you in a moment. But have we got any questions in here before we go outside? Where's that young fellow that asked me a question prior to lunch? He's gone AWOL. He's missing. Never mind. Hopefully he comes to the next session. He can ask that question then. Okay. I think we can go and do our practicum if that's all right. Is that all right? You want me to do a bit more?
No, if it is home, it's no problem. So 4 o'clock, they will have a...
4 o'clock. That'll be fine.
So, yeah, it is for the whiteboard.
Yes, okay. What time is it now? I don't need it to, right? What time is it now? It's 3?
No, yeah.
Okay, so 5 minutes early. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, give them a little break then.
I will tell them to wait.
Okay, perfect.
Hello. Yeah.
Sir, as we know that flat foot and scoliosis is considered a posture deformity, but Usain Bolt, who's the fastest man on the planet, has scoliosis, and his right leg was half-inch shorter than the left, and he had flat foot. So, can we say that not every posture deformity can hinder the performance of an athlete?
Whose question? Whose problem was Usain Bolt?
Okay, it was an excellent question. Thank you for the question. So, generally what we knew from Usain Bolt is he had one leg longer than the other. And so when you watch him run, he actually threw to the left. He throws to the left. And at first, people were critical of him with that running action, so you're quite right. The trick is to be able to strengthen the body around that deficiency or that weakness that he has. And he had a very good strength coach. He's one of the best strength coaches in Jamaica, and you'd have to say the athletes that he's worked with in Jamaica, because he didn't just work with Usain Bolt. His name is Leroy Gray. And if those of you in here are looking to follow one of the best strength coaches in the world, I'd be looking at Leroy Gray from Jamaica. And he did some fabulous things. But his strength program in and around Usain Bolt, as well as his coach, who had the program structure, they worked around what we would call a biomechanical deficiency and made it almost like his trademark. So they just balanced his running off. And he was the fastest man in the world. And it came down to being able to work through his weaknesses. So just because you see that doesn't mean you've got to change. Sometimes what God's provided is the best choice. You don't have to change everything, but you should have a vision in your mind of what you want the technical parameters to be. If I was working with a younger athlete that's say 10, 11 or 12 that had a leg length discrepancy, I would try to change pelvic position. But it could be to do with bone length rather than the pelvic position. So you need to know those things as well. And I think that's what you'll find in the case of Usain Bolt. Thanks for the question. It was a good one.
Hello. Yeah. Anyone else? Those who have come from outside, you can. Yeah. Why not? No? Girls? हम किसी से कम नहीं. कुछ तो पूछो.
If I can just jump in, one of there was a young gentleman that came and asked me after the session before about the difference between the training for boys and the training for girls. And I said, what a great question it was, and I thought it would be worthwhile having at the end of this session. So I don't know where you've disappeared to or why you're not here to ask the question, but that's what it was about. And so I might just take the liberty of talking in and around his question and why that becomes such a factor. Okay, when you're listening up, so I did touch on this. So with your pelvic position here, with male, your leg will come down there. You've got a little knobbly knee, and then you're coming down to your feet down in here. We need to strengthen this muscle in here and in here. What did I say that was called? A BMO. So you need to strengthen the BMO. can you put your hand on the right BMO? So that's the inside of your knee. If you've got room, just extend your knee like this, and you feel the BMO doing its work. If you don't have a strong BMO, it makes the knee unstable. So we work a lot on the BMO, but it's the back here of the issue, which we'll do when we get outside. The problem here comes in that a female comes in like this. And it's to do with your hips, which is to do with childbearing. Now we get rid of the guy here, and this here is called the Q angle. And what that does is puts more stress on the ACL and the other ligaments in and around the knee. So we need to strengthen in that given position for females as well. So it's even more important, in my opinion, to strengthen that BMO and strengthen the stabilisers in and around the knee. So you're working this plane, but also to work the hip joint, because not only will that minimise your injury, but it'll allow you to exert more force into the ground to improve your running and jumping. There is some evidence to say that the elastic properties of around the joint can actually assist you with explosive jumping and movement. So it would be worthwhile putting those into the program as well. But we spend a lot of time with the female athletes that we're coaching on strengthening specifically around that Q angle. And some of the things we'll do in our practical will be in and around that. Is anyone confused from what I'm suggesting here? Good up. Any other questions?
Sarkar, second one. और कुछ पूछना है? पूछ रहे क्या पूछना है सोच रहे हैं?
Okay, it's going to be quite warm outside when we're out there, and because this session's gone, well, I knew it would be a bit quicker, but if we can't go outside and get into the practicum straight away, I may start with just that little bit of an activity in here with you now. Okay, so again, if you put your book on the chair and stand up for me, please. Book on chair, stand up. If you put your hand on your clavicle for me, and if you just move your hand like this back and forth, the clavicle or collarbone should be staying quite still. If it's not still, it means you're not doing it properly, or you've got some issue there. Come and see me if you've got an issue. So that should just stay still. If, however, you do this with your hand, what does the clavicle do now? It starts to jump around. It's lifting every time. Remember, as the clavicle goes up, it switches off around your pelvic control, so it makes you drop. You cannot stop it from jumping if you do this with your hand. The posture of the wrist is what's doing it. If you may not have enough room, but if you open right up like that, it jumps even more. So you lose control through your core, through your pelvic core. Sit down. So having your athlete do all the strength work inside, and you're not fixing just a basic thing. So you're now the soccer coach, and you're teaching your athlete to sprint into a contest, but they're running like this. You can improve their speed by just simply making them lock the wrist. So it's this, not this. It's the posture of the wrist that's driving it, impacting on the posture of the clavicle. Making sense? We'll do a little bit more of these sort of things when we get into practical, but obviously you can't all do that. So you're going to have to watch and listen to what the others are doing. When we talk about movement and we talk about posture, I'm not really used to talking to a microphone. When we talk about movement and we talk about posture, it's not always what you see, but it's what you hear. And from a coach's point of view, your ears are sometimes more important than what your eyes are telling you. If you hear the rhythm of the athlete is out, then you look for the postural change. So if they're striking heavily on one side over the other, you will find that it'll be the alternate side where the issue is. So if they're running and landing heavily on the right foot, they're getting right shin soreness, you may well find that there's a postural issue on the left. And it may be the ankle, it may be the wrist, it may be the elbow, it may be the shoulder. As I was trying to say to you before, make sure you coach the joint. Look at the joint of what you can see, but follow your ear as well, because your ear will tell you where the problem is. And quite often we treat the symptom, oh, they're landing heavily, don't land heavily on your right foot. Well, you can't stop that if it's your left hand that's actually extending and opening up. So give them the instruction of how to correct it, not what to do, but how to do it. A very big difference. Any other questions? Oh, I think that's it.
Sir, I have one question. Many of our people in India overuse syndrome of using excessively the mobiles. The case is there in your country also. I'm just asking for the comparison, because many people in our country, we have this problem, neck problems. And
all you have to do in Australia is jump on the train and have a look around, and I'm sure it's the same here. In fact, I know it is, because I was on the train and I looked. Everybody on the train, no one talks to each other anymore. They're all just looking at their phone and they've got their head in this position. So they're in that position constantly. And then even when you're doing the right thing, you're students. So when you're doing that, you've got to have your computer open and you're like this. So you're in the wrong position all the time. When you're sitting in your chair, quite often we slouch forward. So the posture in there is also an issue. So yes, it's important to keep strengthening that. So those neck exercises, I put in now for all of my younger athletes, things like that face pull, where you pull that in like this. So if you have a TheraBand and you pull the band towards you like that and keep your shoulders high, that will actually pull your shoulders back. So you're in that position. That in-place lunge will pull your back into the right position. So I spent a lot of time now on my strength programs just building in postural strengthening exercises, as opposed to just, okay, how much can you bench press? How much can you power clean? How much can you overhead snatch? How much can you deadlift? Because all of those things are irrelevant if posturally you can't hold the position anyway. So I go right back and I just include the postural exercises in my gym program. And at the end of every track session, if you ever choose to come to Australia for a visit and you come to my track sessions, you will see at the end of the session my athletes take their shoes or their spikes off, their socks off. They will jog around on the infield in bare feet, then they will get in the sand and do the stuff we're going to talk about outside to strengthen up the intrinsics in their feet. So they just do that as a matter of course now. And I've found the incidence of our soft tissue injuries like hamstring, calf, low back, I wouldn't say they don't exist, but they're minimal. Oh. Sorry? Yes, ready when you are. More than.
Thank you very much, sir. We are heading towards one more session. Before that, we are going to have a tea break. So I request all the participants to have a tea break immediately. You students need to reach the athletic track ground for the practicals. Thank you very much. So please have your chai one by one. Even I request faculties to have your chai.
No, I'm okay, thank you. I've got this water, so this is my godsend. Not for me, thank you. You have one? Oh, if it's special, I'll have it then. Thank you. Good on you. No, I'm all right, thank you. Seriously. Thanks a lot.
Boys, those who are there, you can still come closer by. You can shift that side also. BP first year, you can make 4 lines also, boys. 4 lines, boys, you can make it. BP second year, even you can make one more line, create one more line. You are dreaming, first year, you are dreaming still. BP the second year girls, make one more line here. Yeah, that's okay.
We have to arrange the chair.
Still not clear. Because they are going to give them whether it is here or not here. As soon as he come here, he will explain that.
We can arrange here.
Yes, we can keep it that side. Keep it one side. Hello.
Hello.
One more, girls, anyone want to participate? Anyone? Where is that Srijita? Absent. You go.
Ready to go when you are.
Yes, yes, sir. So this, we should avoid this.
Sorry.
This is communicating.
Oh, yes, I'm too close.
Can the students face that side? So it will be convenient.
We're going to use these.
Okay, sir.
I'll just use around here.
Yeah, there will be no disturbance.
No, I'll just, no, we'll just use this opportunity.
Okay.
My mind's just where I'm going to use it. It's okay.
So this is.
Thank you. I'm not sure how this is going to work, but we'll do our best. I think Australians are known for our informality. So when I see you standing there like your soldiers about to go to battle, it's a bit off-putting. Can you sit down and relax, lighten up a bit? Okay, lighten up. All right. Now, I'm quite happy, when you're ready, I'm quite happy if you want to have a go at any of these, to come and give it a try. Because these poor people have just been told, well, you're going to do it. Okay? So I want you to have a look and then see, yeah, I understand what he's trying to do. But if you don't understand that, then I want you to say, well, can I have a try? All right? So if you're getting bored, you're getting a numb backside, numb feet, stand up and come and join in. Okay, can I get you guys to come down, please? All right, so we started talking about posture and the position of different parts of your body. I want to get these guys first to look at, go down there, to look at position of pelvis. And the pelvis is where we get all of our movement from. When keep going, go on. When I'm talking with a lot of athletes, they make running too hard. That's far enough for you guys? Now we've even got a weightlifter in here. They do weightlifting because they don't think they can run. Everybody can run. And the easiest thing is, it's about falling forward. You just have to fall. And it comes from your pelvis. Are you watching? Because I'm going to get you to do this. Get a lane each. If your hands are on your hips, if I can just stand here all day, my pelvis is in a neutral position. If we tilt our pelvis forward, that's an anterior tilt. And if I keep doing that, I'm going to fall forward. If my hips are in a posterior tilt, that's backwards. Ultimately, I've got to go here. So I can be the laziest person in the world and I can run all day. So if I'm a soccer player and I need to be moving, I want to get known as perpetual motion. Never stop moving. The way to do that is literally to fall. Just have my hips forward and push off the ball of my foot, and I'm not even trying, and I'm getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Show me. Pelvis forward, tip your pelvis forward, land on a flat foot, and just let yourself fall. Okay, now bring them back, come back. Right. Now they're sort of doing it, but they look like, well, I can't say exactly what I think they look like, but it looks like something's been put up the backside. First thing, what does this mean? L. In Australia we say loser, but I'm not saying you're a loser. So you have your head here. When I'm watching them do that drill, they're all doing it like this, as if the ground's going to swallow them. Look where you want to go. So first thing, put your fingers in this position here. Make sure your pelvis is in an anterior tilt. Look where you're going and just fall. Away you go. And they're sort of there. Now back you go again. Now we don't need them to be on their toes. They're up here like some sort of deranged robber. Land on a flat foot and push off the toe. The toe strength is vital. So when they're here, lose your angle here. I'm going to land on a flat foot and just push off the ball of my foot and just let yourself fall, and you'll get quicker and quicker. You don't even have to try. Go. One very important thing, don't forget to breathe or you'll die. You have to breathe. Let's go. Relax. That's it. Flat foot, push off the toe, and they're getting quicker and quicker. Walk back. Good work. This is the weirdest part, don't worry. This time, loser, forward tilt, flat foot, toe. Now, when you start falling, looking, start using your arms. And you'll get quicker and quicker. Let's go. Let yourself fall. Let yourself fall. Let's go. Lift the knee. And lift the knee. Lift the knee. This is your knee. Back you go. Okay, one last one. Let yourself fall. Head up. Push, 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 push using your arms. Lift your knee. And this is called running. Away you go. Use your arms. Well done. Okay, give them a clap, please. They're doing it tough. Come on back. Just walk back. So it's simple. And you need to be able to apply that now to when you're doing different activities. I want to start with ankles. Now somewhere there is some skipping ropes. Can you find yourself a skipping rope for me? Please. Spread yourselves along there so that you're facing your audience. So get yourselves along. I just said if this was a day in Sydney, there'd be sure to be rain, and I just heard thunder over there. Maybe it is like Sydney. Okay, spread yourselves along a bit. Can you all skip? Now, do you remember what plantar flexion means? Toes down. If I say dorsiflexion, toes up. So I want you skipping like toes down or toes up. I want you to just start skipping just normally. Just go. Now I want you to do it toes down. Toes down. Now toes up. Toes down. Toes up. Can you tell these people what the difference is? Is there any difference if your toes are down or toes are up? What do you think? Can't do it? Which is quicker, toes down or toes up? Which one's got the quicker contacts?
Toes down.
Show again. Watch him and listen. Now toes up. He's choking under pressure. Toes up. Which one's quicker? Show us. Toes down or toes up? Which is quicker? Show. Now, you all thought you had the easy job. Get up. I want you to jump like this with your toes down. When I say toes up, toes up. And I want you to tell me which one generate more power, which one's quicker. Ready? Jumping on the spot. Toes down, like you got a skipping rope. Toes down, toes up. Which one do you jump? Which one do you get more power? Toes down or toes up? Down. Sit down. If you have your toes down, like in this position, the contact's slow. If you have toes up, it's quicker. Down, up. It's not rocket surgery. Show me again. Away you go, all of you, go again. So we need to learn to have toes up in this position. So it's a dorsiflex position. So I'm always after my athletes to have toes up in a dorsiflex position. Throw the skipping ropes, come on back down here. We're going to go to the long jump boards. You're here. You're here. We're just going to go to the long jump boards. All I need you to do is have toes up and then increasing the stride as you go. So something like toes up and open it up as you go. All right, you ready? One at a time. Let's go. Toes up and move. Get him up, get him up. He's reaching too much for me. All I want him to do is just toes up and open as we go. Let's go. Toes up, use your arms. And away you go, away you go. Good, good, good. Let's go. Toes up, head up, head up. Let's go. Toes up, head up, open it up. Toes up, head up, use your arms, away you go. One more. When you're ready, toes up, head up. Okay, again. Coach with your ears. Okay, listen to their footfall. Let's go. Okay, so when he lands heavily on his right foot. So I'm going to exaggerate. What's your name? Go back over there, and I want you to do it coming back. Don't even watch him, just hear if you can hear heavier on one foot. Don't watch, listen. To my ear, he sounds like he's a flat tyre. I'm exaggerating. If he's landing heavily on one side, there's an issue on the other side. So that's the imbalance. So coach with your ears and listen. Have you had an injury on your left side? Not that you can think of. Okay, who else has to go? Last one. Okay, so to coach that pattern better, what I would use is the track coming this way. I just need you to swivel around a little bit and we're going to look over on the track. We'll just get them to do it one or two times so you get the idea. Okay, swivel your backsides around. We're over here. So all I want them to do is take 2 steps in each lane for four lanes. It's going to go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, so you're over here, you're facing that way. You're going across there. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Let's see how you do. Yeah, that was right. Get your knees up. Okay, what did you reckon? No. Okay, so he's all over the place. The coaching was shocking. I didn't give him many cues. Let's see if you can do it for me. Pressure's on. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Better. So it was 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. You've got to let it flow. Just let the rhythm flow. Get the sense of timing. Okay, so when you're going here, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Keep the pattern, okay? All of you do it for me, please, in your own time. When you're ready. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Let's go. Feel free to start. Go! Okay, so see when the posture changes, when they go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. Got to keep it the same. Keep your tempo. It's an acceleration pattern. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. If you change your posture by reaching, that slows down. Go back again. One at a time. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Let's go. Now he's got it. Good man. And you've got to keep coming back to thinking about that. That was terrific. Excellent work, both, all of you. Go back, do it one more time. It might have been a fluke. That was good. Let's go again. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, lost your tempo a little bit. Find yourself a lane facing this way. You're running from there down to the end there. What I want you to do here is imagine you've got the lanes going across. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, run, 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 run. Open it up as an acceleration pattern. Let's go. Whenever you're ready, go one at a time. Let's go. Move it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Good, 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 good. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Have any of you got pens? Can I borrow your pen? Can I borrow someone's pen? Good man, thank you. Good girl. Okay. Can I get you? So what's your name? Archana. Don't be embarrassed with what I'm saying. Okay, you're here. I want you to watch Archana as she runs here. Okay, you ready? Do that same drill for me, please. Go. Same as what you just did. Yep. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. As she runs, look at her upper body. So her arms aren't really doing anything. So how do we engage her upper body? We'll give her a coaching cue. So if I just give her a pen and we put my thumb on top of the pen like this and push back, what it does is aligns the bones in my forearm to come back like this, so that when she runs, it'll push back. All I'm doing is just fixating this bone here. We've got two bones in our forearm. One is called an ulnar. What's the other one called? Do you know? Radius. What does radius mean? Think mathematics. What does radius mean? It does this. It's all about an arc. And what happens when we do this with our radius? It makes the clavicle jump. When the clavicle jump, it switches off your core, pelvic control. That's what's happening to her. Where are you? All I want you to do is hold the pen like this. And when you're running, I want you to concentrate on pushing your elbow back. Push your thumb and push the elbow back. Same drill. See if you can pick the difference. Let's go. Knees up. Let's go. Pump, 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 pump. Punch your elbow back. Punch, 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 punch. Well, I don't want to say I'm right, but that was good. Okay, all we've done is fixed the radius from turning like that, and she becomes more efficient. What sport do you play? What sport? Boxing. Boxing? It's probably a bit hard to box with pens, but in terms of running, if she can learn to fix the radius, that will actually help her running action, help her speed and explosivity. If you're a runner, and I'm talking about someone that might play soccer or tennis or cricket, and you have to sprint from here to there, then half the battle is being in the right position. Okay. Come on up here, please, to this line. Whose pens were they? There was another girl there too. One, and the other one there. Come on up, please. Hands up those of you who play a team sport like soccer, basketball, anything like that. Who plays those sort of games? No one plays those games. No one plays. Oh, I've got a couple of hands. Okay, on that line there, facing this way. There's your. You're there. You're there. You're there. You're there. You're there. Okay, they're going to have a race, and they're going to run to here. They're going to run to here. Now, imagine this is a contest situation, whether they're going to get to a tennis ball, they're going to get in under a volleyball, they're going to get to a basket, they're going to get to a soccer ball, whatever it is. They've got to get to that contest, which is here, which is here, which is here, which is here, which is here. The race is on. Are you ready? You ready? On your marks. Oh. Scared them. Okay, are you ready? I won't do that to you. Go. Now, when you watch the video back, what you're going to see is this. Go back. I said ready. When I said go, they do this. If they're in this position, they do this. What that means is, can you come on up here, please? All you're going to do is take 3 steps from this to that one. 2, 3. Now come on back here, please. You're going to do the same thing. Don't worry about me. Are you ready? With just 3 steps, it's a race. You ready? Just no, like you just did. Ready? And go. 1, 2, 3. It's called the illusion of speed in team sport. It looks like she's absolutely smashed me over just a 5 metre distance. But the reality was, I've done the old backward shuffle, which is what they do. That is what you would do automatically. The reason why you do the backward shuffle is because your pelvis is in neutral. If you're in a team sport, you've got to have your pelvis in an anterior tilt like this, so that you're all ready to punch the knee. Come on back. Does that make sense? Anyone confused? Okay, what I'd like you to do is get in an anterior tilt so it's forward. When I say go, make sure your head's in a loser angle. When I say go, knee to drive forward to here. Ready. Much better. Okay, last one. You're going really well, by the way. Okay, ready? Fantastic. Okay, go and grab yourselves a drink. The rest of you stand up, turn around, swivel around so you can watch the other way. Good work. Good job. Is that making sense to you? Yes? Okay. Now, Americans, as Americans do, they always want to complicate everything. So they came in and they made these drills. In fact, it wasn't even an American, it was a Canadian. And his name was Mack, Gerard Mack. If you're into cars, a Mack is all about speed, so he's appropriately a speed coach. But he introduced drills, and instead of just calling them like a high knee drill or whatever, they call them A drill, B drill, C drill, all these sort of things, or an A skip. They're okay. And I think they're worthwhile doing, and they're worthwhile doing for what we want to do for posture. The first thing I want to talk to you about is an A drill. Come on in, find your lane. You're going to do an A drill, which is simply a marching drill where you're in this sort of position, and you're going to march like this as you're going forward. Okay, off you go. Okay, and stop. I can't just keep going for... Stop there. What was your name? Ardeman. Okay. Now, we haven't rehearsed anything here. But if I said to Ardeman, there's something up there I'm going to throw him into, and he doesn't want me to throw him into it. He doesn't want to go there. Just hold that for me. I get him by the hands like this, and I'm going to throw him into it. What should he do? He doesn't want to go there. You don't want to go there. Oh, look where his foot is. His foot goes out in front of his pelvis. That's called a break. So that's a break. Why then would you practice a drill for speed doing this? Hang on. That's me not wanting to go there. If I want to go there, it's here. So make sure this is a break. This is speed. So if you're doing drills, do them properly. Put your hands in underneath you. So you're this. Not whatever that is. Yes? Alright, let's see how you go. Pressure's on him now. Underneath your hips, that's the boy. Good boy, well done. Your right arm, elbow back, punch your elbow back. You're going well, you're going well. Okay, stop smiling, I'm about to pick on you. Let's go, same thing. Way you go. Toes up. Okay, back you go. I like to coach from rhythm. I don't know if you're musical, I don't know if being musical helps, but it doesn't do any harm. So all I want you to do is do it on the spot. Okay, you're not going to move anywhere, and just where you are, I just want you to do that A drill. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Feel free to join in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Listen to the rhythm. And 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like we're in pursuit of the military. I reckon Donald Trump would like this. And 3, 4. And move. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Knee up. Toes up. Push your elbow back. And 1, 2, 3, and 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Good work. Back you go. Give him a hand. That was very good. So the whole concept here is to get the rhythm and the timing right. Once you've got that, then you can go on to all manner of different things. As another drill, I would also use a push behind drill. This is quite difficult if you haven't done it before either, because it's counterintuitive. Knee goes up in front, foot goes back behind, and push, 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 push. Let's go. Head up, same leg. That's it. So we're looking for extension through the ankle, knee, and hip. Head up. The ground does not swallow you. Look down there. Let's go. Good. Not too quick. Don't get too carried away. Feel the movement. Okay. So the good news is you were quite good at that. The bad news is that was your good leg. Do it on the other leg coming back for me, please. That's all right, have a rest. Come on. Back you come, we're waiting for you. Back on your other leg. Push behind. It's the leg behind drill. Push. So you were good on one leg and fairly ordinary on the other. Okay. So then that leads me into, I talked to you inside about doing some plyometric work. I just want to show you a little bit of plyometric work. One is for your lower body. The other one we'll do for your upper body. We'll make the run through, say, to where the long jump boards are. And what I want you to do here is between the, you can come up a bit closer, between the orange roller and the black one, I want you to take the least number of steps. You can have a little run up if you like. Least number of steps from there to there, and then sprint through to the boards. Whenever you're ready. One at a time, let's go. Okay, let's go. Should I get a cup of tea? Did you want music? Let's go. Now, I don't know about you, but it's possibly bad coaching. All I wanted them to do was take the least number of strides from there to there. But I've been coaching a long time, and when I watch that, all that looks to me like running and then a different sort of run as they go off. I'm an old grandpa. I'm 60. From there to there, I think you should be able to do that in less than 4 steps. Some of you are taking nearly 6 steps. If I get injured, it's his fault. Big steps, come in. Push, push, push. There you are. Push. What did you see? What was wrong? It was good, but not right. What was wrong? He's reaching. So he's reaching into the stride. You've got to let your hips do the work. It was good. That was excellent. It was good. What did you think? So we don't need to do it today with these guys, but I would work more on that, and I'd have maybe a witch's hat here, get the steps bigger and bigger and bigger, so that you can start developing that, regardless of what your sport is. I would also develop that to single leg, so you're not just doing it on bounding, but you're doing it with hopping action. And then you run off that. So you start getting explosivity. Does that make sense? One more go each, please. One more, yeah, no, just both steps, both feet. Good boy, he's good. Very good. Let's go, keep moving. Can we get these bars to come out? Let's go, keep moving. Go. Good boy. Hey, that was much better. You've improved already. That was good. Let's go. Push, push, push. What did you see is not right there? You're the coach. What was not right? She's landing like this. That's exactly what you were going to say, isn't it? So she's landing on a heel. So that's a break. Remember, it's got to come in underneath you. Okay, have a little rest for a sec while we get these bars. Come on, bring your bars along here for me. Don't be shy, grab a bar. We've got 3, I think. Come on out. Now, if we lift the bar, you all familiar with doing like just a basic deadlift? Yeah, so do the deadlift from here and just to here. Okay, straight like that. Okay, let me have a look. Okay, so he's being very fancy and he's doing a split hand. See how he's got one hand this way and one hand that way? Very impressive. Okay, now, can I get you to look down the track that way? Turn around. You're the coach, especially you there, especially you here, especially you here. They're doing a deadlift, they're going to take it down below their knees and then come up. Ready? And do it for me, please. Okay, put the bars down, please. Can you put your hand up if your parents or your grandparents have got a back injury or a sore back? If I asked that question in Australia, nearly every hand would go up. Because when I watch these guys do that, with the exception of our man out the front here, their backs are rounding over like this as they go to pick up the bar. Look down there. Remember this. Keep your head in that position. Down you go. Pick up the bar, please. Down below your knees, you're looking straight ahead, lose your angle of the head. Ready? Lift. And down. Lift. And down. Okay, now this time when you come up, I want you to lift to here and then only underneath the bar. Ready. Ah, gotcha. Ready. Down we go. Lift. And up. Just here. Lift. That's it. He's being very fancy. He's having a little jump in there. Okay, again, let's go. Sorry? Oh, thank you. Sorry, I got distracted with water. Okay, let's go again. You ready? Lift. And up. Go. Just one movement. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Good work. Okay, so if I was working with these guys... Sorry, what was your name? Sangaman. That's what I heard. Sandwich. Dumb Australians. I will be working on his wrist mobility. So when the bar comes up, let it rest on his hands so that his elbows are both facing me. Face me with your elbows, like a headlight in a car. Let's go. Ready? Lift. Let it sit on your fingers. Much, much better. You've been shown that before. Good work. Okay, that'll do. Bar down. So the position of your head, it comes over into lifting as well. Okay, I want you, actually we'll just get you The rest of you, can you take your bar back, please? And can you grab the one with the 2 plates? Good man. You take those back. Oh, you took it away. I was looking for it. Okay. Can you show me the same thing again, please? Now, firstly, I know you've got excellent lifting coaches, so I'm not trying to be the new lifting coach, and I'm not trying to say this is a better way. I'm saying I'm trying to link my posture of running and movement to lifting in the gym. Let's go. Same thing. Ready? And same thing up, do a clean. Beautiful. Okay, well done. Pop it down. So his posture's great for that. Now I want you to straddle the bar. So you're in this position like that and get the bar either hand. That's it. Use the lines on there. Here's one. That's it. Keep yourself in the middle. Think about where your head is. Now, he cannot, especially the group that's in front looking at him, okay, lifting the bar, so you're just going to lift to here, okay, and I want you to do 3 pulses on one leg for me. All I want you to be watching now is his back posture. Let's go. How's that feel, okay? So my issue when I'm watching him is the back leg is sort of like that, and as he's lifting, it's going in like this. So he looks like he's very tight on the inside of his leg. So I'd use this line on here to get you in line with that. Okay, focus for me, off you go. Good boy, very, very good. Now, if you're going to kick a soccer ball, which leg would you kick it with? So his strongest leg is forward. Switch the legs now and see how you go lifting like that. Now remember, what this is for is to stretch out his hip flexors. It'll take all load off his low back and keep him in the correct posture for lifting and moving and running. Let's go. Okay, this leg here looks like it's going to Sri Lanka. Okay, it's sort of like out here like this. Get it straight. Get yourself straight. Go again for me. So he's got a bit of an imbalance going on there. Much better. Don't forget to breathe or you'll die. Good, and you can even smile. Okay, give him a clap, please. That's great work. Well done. Okay. You're next. Come on now. Can you grab those 2 big kettlebells at the end? 1 and 2. Can I get you guys to get the purple TheraBands for me, please? If I thought I had an athlete that wasn't ready to lift technically, I'd probably get them to do this. Can you do a push-up on that for me, please? Yeah, good. Push up back. Come on up with your bands. You're going to need them. Can you just do a push-up for me? Do is shoot your both feet through to here and do a dip for me. Don't drag your feet on the ground. Just shoot them straight through. Good boy. Dip. Now back to a push-up. No, no, no. Don't walk back. Shoot. Whoop. They're not very stable bells, are they? Go again. Try it again. Push, shoot, dip, shoot. Okay, so that will be a good way to strengthen up his wrists, elbow, shoot the hips through, so when he goes into more dynamic lifts, he's ready to do that. So I just call those kettlebell shoot-throughs. So the only problem, we've got it on a rubber surface here, and they're probably not that big. So if you like the look of that, initially maybe start it with just 2 boxes or something like that, or even the plates or the benches, and you could do that. Okay, good man, good job. Okay, if I was going to do a resisted start, or resisted running with this person, Come on down here. Where would you put the belt? I'm going to be behind you holding it, and you're going to run. Where'd you put it? So most people I see do it like this, okay? But what I think that does, make him bend forward like that. So he's going to run with his backside out like that, and I want him tall. So it's a simple little change. All I'm going to do is get this, pop it over his head like this. Okay, can I get you to hold this? So I'm going to give him resistance for part of the way, and then he's going to maintain that posture all the way through to about where that board is. But I'll start, I'm not going to let him go like it's a slingshot and zing him in the back. I will give him a bit of resistance all the way, and then we'll get him to go. I'll get you to move your feet off the rubber. Can I get you to move your feet off the rubber, please? Can I get you to move your feet off the rubber? Thank you. Here you go. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Come on, come on, quick. Go, 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 go. Come on back. That's all right. Don't stop. Work as fast as you can. Go, ready? Go. Push, push, push. Head up, use your arms. Come on, quick, quick, quick. Thank you. So don't put the band around your waist because it puts you in wrong pelvic position. We want to be up here. Use your arms. I'd probably progress him onto using those pens or sticks to get his arms better. So we start bringing wrist, elbow, shoulders, and he's away. Okay, give him a clap. That was very good. Have we got... Oh. The other one we were going to do was upper body. Who's got the biggest... Who's the boxer? Sorry? Come on down. Okay, can you do a push-up for me there, please? Just one. But face them, though. Face them, please. Push-up, yes. Now, it's an upper body plyometric. Remember, plyo is a Greek word meaning greater, metric measure, greater measure of force. You're going to do a push-up. 1. Now, I want you to jump your whole body to the right. Your whole body to the right. Jump. Jump your body. No, that's your feet. Your whole body. Here, look. Push up. Jump. Sort of, but jump to the right. There used to be a song when I was a young boy. It's a long time ago. Jump your body to the right. Are you ready? Can you do it? Try. Can you give her a hand? Come on down. Push up. Jump your body to the right. Jump. Well, that's even more impressive than what I thought, but I just want you to come this way. Just jump, and then jump. Yes, that looked like a trick at the beach. Okay, are you ready? Push up. Jump to the right. That's it. Jump to the left. 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 Right. Left. Right. It's sort of like marching for the whole body. Left, left, right, left. Okay, good boy. Thank you. Yes, give him a clap. Very good. So that's explosive work in terms of strengthening up wrist, elbows, shoulders, and dynamic work. Okay, give me a second. We've got those, the silver things, please. Just 2 of those, or 3 of those maybe. How are we going for time? Okay, can I get you to... I talked to you inside about foot intrinsics. If I was coaching you, I would get you to warm down at the end of a session in bare feet. So you'd run around on the grass there in bare feet, get back to one with nature. I would also in the gym sometimes get you to lift in bare feet, not in shoes. I would certainly get you in bare feet. I'd certainly get you in bare feet. That means take your shoes off. Yes, yes, socks as well. And I want you to come onto these domes and just do a squat for me. Squat. Stand on it and do a squat. And squat. Can you go lower? Lower. Sit back and do a squat. Use your feet. See, our shoes are getting so over-engineered these days that we're not even using the muscles in our feet. We have a saying in Australia, if you don't use it, you lose it. If you're not using the proprioception in your feet, you're going to lose it. I'm going to give you this. Got it? With both hands? Yes, sir. Just hold it like this. That's it. Squat. Away you go. Sometimes having a weight like that can be better because it gives you a centre for focus. I'll give you one. Away you go. 5 squats for me, please. Sit back. So having a weight like this helps you to sit back. Personally, I'd rather how you've got it. Holding it like that is much easier than holding it like you've got it. It's like a forearm workout. Okay, off you go. Keep going. You're doing 5. You're not just there to spectate. Come on. Sit back on your heels, use your heels. So when I look here at the feet on the end here, not quite so grippy and not so strong. So I'd definitely be doing this. There you go. Once you've done 5, you can put the kettlebell down. Okay, yeah. All right. I don't need you to do it, but I progress that from that to single legs on there, leg behind, leg in front, jumps off that, change your direction off that. I'd use those a lot. Okay, thank you, have a little rest. I talked to you before about Pilates, and I talked to you about core and the importance of having functional core. Can I get you to just do a, on your hands, just a high push-up? You're not going to push up though, stay at that position. Just like you are now. I want you to touch your right shoulder with your left hand. Right shoulder with your left hand. She's got to really think. Right shoulder, she hasn't got a watch on, so it's hard because she doesn't know which ones are left. Right shoulder, left hand. Right shoulder. You don't have to push up, just touch your right shoulder with your left hand. Did you hear that noise? A penny just dropped. It went cling when she got the idea. Right hand, left shoulder. Keep going. Now, if I had a glass of water and I put the glass of water here, I don't want the water to fall off. Ready? Right hand, left shoulder. Okay, so not bad. So we're looking for the stability of this. So all about stability and core. Now, if I can, I might get you to just come here. I'll grab that. No. Your feet that way, head this way. On your backside. Not this. She's done it. She's on your other side. Yes. On your bum. Yes, sit down. Relax. Okay, I want you to rock back and forwards. Stiff. Rock. Are you dead? Rock. Now he's doing sit-ups. It's lost in translation. It's okay. Rock. Okay, so it's just a hollow rock, but he's using, come on, he's using his core. Now I want you to open your hands out like, yes. I'm a Catholic. This is called the Jesus complex. Now I want you to put your hands above your head, make it a big rock. Don't stop there, you're stopping back. Keep it even, even. Don't let your feet hit the ground. Don't let your feet hit the ground. Keep your hands in the one spot. So now we've got all of this working in here. So we've got a more functional core activity going on. Okay. What I want you to do now is lie back, relax. No, don't relax. Lift your knees up. And you're going to do this. You're watching, one foot out and kiss the ground with your heel. I don't want you to give the headbutt, just with your heel. That's good. Slower. Use your core to do the function. So he's thinking, well, this is an easy gig. No, it's not. Here you go. Stop. Hands up. Grab the band. I don't want you to move your hands away from your shoulders. So he's got to keep the hands above his shoulders. There's a fair bit of tension on there. I want you to kiss the ground with your heel at my count. Are you ready? And no, keep the tension on the band. This side, that's better. Knees up, you're relaxing, both knees up. Keep the tension on the band. No tension, I've got no tension on, knees up, knees. Now kiss the ground with it, you've got to keep the tension on the band. Got to keep the tension, it's not so much fun now. Okay, 2, 3, you're going to 10. 4, keep the tension on the band. Don't forget to breathe or you'll die. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, and the tension's off the band. Good work, okay. Give him a clap, that's a very hard exercise. Personally, I think that's a much better postural, functional exercise to do than all the sit-ups you'll possibly do in the world. All you need is something like this, something to keep a constant pressure on there. If you didn't want to do that, can I get you all to find a spot on the ground? I want you to do that same exercise without the band, but use alternate arms. Use alternate arms. Down you go. This is called a dead bug. If you've ever sprayed a bug with a spray, down we go, let's go. You don't need these. Just show me a dead bug. Exactly the same exercise, but use your arms. Can you show them what to do, please? No. Down you go. Arms back behind your head, knees up. One arm, one leg. Now let's go. Move your leg, yeah, alternate arms to leg. Just kiss the ground with your foot and touch the ground with your hand behind your head. Let's go. Don't forget, breathe. Don't plant your foot on the ground, just kiss it. Nice and steady and relaxed. Okay, good work. Now, can we get those bamboo sticks, please? Can I get a couple of you to grab a bamboo stick and go up to the long jump boards, please? Can I get you guys to move the bars off? Thanks. How are we going? Okay? All right? Can you lift that off? Okay, we'll just go one at a time. What you're going to do is have that above your head. I want to watch the stick. Are you guys watching? Because it's no point doing core in the gym if you don't apply it when you're moving. So I want functional core. I'm watching that stick and I want the stick to stay in a plane movement. So it's not moving around like it's washing clothes or something. You're going to do high knees like this. And when I say go, flick the stick behind you and sprint past me. Ready? Knees up. Let's move. Come on, come on. Stick's looking good. Go. Okay, that'll do. Good boy. Okay, not bad, but I would want the initial stuff quicker, faster, and more functional core. Let's go. Stick up, knees up, let's go. Quick feet. Bang, 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 bang. Go. Not bad. Okay, now it doesn't have to be those sticks. You could use those bands and try to keep the pressure on the elastic bands and just let them flick away, but that's more functional core work. Okay, keep your shoes and socks off. We've got one last thing for you to do yet. Can I get one of you, can you get the 2 foam rollers? We're nearly finished. How are we going for time? Put them on the ground. Stand there. Stand. I'm here. No. Stand on those, one at a time. You can hold my hand, my arm. No, you can hold my arm. I'm just here as a bar. Stand on it. 1 foot. Get your balance. Now the other foot. Okay, you're right. We'll see. Okay. All right. So he's now balanced up there, so that's quite good. Let's see how he goes with just a little squat. Away you go. Don't change the posture of your head. Remember, keep your pattern in all the things you do. Keep going. Keep going. Going well. And just when you think, well, this is pretty easy, we decide to give you 10 kilos. So it's a 10 kilo kettlebell. Off he goes. Off you go. So he's really got to concentrate through here. He's got to be in the correct posture. We've got great ankle mobility. He's doing a terrific job. In fact, this is as good as I'd want it to be. Going well. 3 more. Good work. Going very well. 2 more. Fantastic. Okay. Yes, give him a clap. Wait a second. Yeah, good boy. Okay. Last bit of the session I want to show you is just some of the stuff we would do in the sand, and it puts things, I do it at the end of a session after, say, I've got my track athletes. They would do their session on the track, whatever it was. When they'd warm down, I'd get them to jog a lap or 2 in bare feet on the grass, and then we'd go up to the long jump pit. I'm not really worried if you don't want to come up, but I reckon you'll see more if you shuffle, stand up and come for a walk down to the long jump pit. Come on down. So, shoes off. How are we going for time? What's the time? What is the time?
Time. 5:49.
5:48. Okay, bring yourselves around here so you can see the long jump pit. We're in the home straight and you'll be able to go off in a minute. Okay, all in the long jump pit facing that way. Now all you're doing is just basically what we've been doing, okay? And a couple of different ones, but in you go, into the long jump pit. Okay, stand up there. In the sand, you're up. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is just a basic A skip, an A drill. So just this. You've already done it on the track. Let's go to the end of the pit. Let's go. Now even here, I would be mindful of what they're doing with their upper body. Walk back, walk back. Look at their arms. I don't want the arm behind me. I want the arm bent on a 90-degree angle all the time. Keep bent. Let's go. Take your time. Push your elbow back, elbow back, elbow back. Remember, it's for your feet. Next one they're going to do is just simple high knees. Just running high knees in the sand. Ready? Use your arms, push your elbow back. Don't let your wrist flick. Let's go. Don't sit back. Don't sit back. You've got to push. Good work. Walk back. Let's go. Work. So This was the exercise for in your feet. So we call them foot intrinsics. That's for your foot intrinsics. What I want you to do this time is you're going to be going that way and with your feet and heel like that. It's a little bit like a 1950s dance move. Off you go. Your feet to get there. We're trying to make your feet strong. Those over-engineered Nikes you're wearing are not helping your feet. Bring it back to me. No. Okay, and last ones, little jumps in the sand like pogos. Away you go, pogos. Okay, bring it back to me with a drill, just this. Bring it back with an A drill and you're done. Use your arms to doing. Good work. Pretty hard work for these guys. I had no idea what they were going to be in for. Can you give them a clap? I couldn't have done it without them. Thank you, guys. From you, have you got any questions? I can hear you talking a bit. Have you got any questions? Coaches, any questions that you want to add in there? Is there something you would have done to add to that or make it better? Okay. All right. Give yourselves a clap. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you got something out of it. Okay. Well done, guys. That'll do. All right. We're done. We're done. Finito. Thank you. Thank you. Very good. My pleasure. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Good. Okay. Good work. Oh, jump in for a photo. Jump in with. Thank you. Okay. Good work. Okay. Where's my? Now, you happy to leave it there? You want more?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I think that's enough. Thank you.
Everybody's enjoyed.
Oh, they're good. Very good. I wasn't sure how it was going to work. Happy?
Warm up. 6:30 बोला लो. ठीक है. 6:30 बोला लो.
One last thing, because I did forget. Sorry, just as I told these guys I was finished. One last thing. Switch on. One last thing we didn't do, and I told you we'd do it inside with all of you, and I forgot. I meant to do it at the very beginning. Find your clavicle for me. I want you just to swing your arm like we did inside. Give yourselves a bit of room. Push around so you've got plenty of room. Move around so you've got plenty of room. Now open up your arm like this and you'll feel your clavicle jump around. If you flick your wrist, it will jump around. If it's not doing that, it means you're not doing it properly or you've got some issue with your clavicle. Second thing I want you to do is just stand on one leg and feel your calf muscle. Massage your calf with your toes up. If you're massaging it, it should be really soft. If you push your toes down, it's very soft. Toes up, the muscle switches on. Toes down, muscle soft. Toes up, muscle on. Moral of the story, run with your toes up, shoulders down, you'll run quicker. Sorry, I knew I'd forgotten one thing. Well done, have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for this practical session, sir. Students, for your information, tomorrow 6:30 there will be assembly in the same place, and we'll report here by 7 o'clock here for the activity. So it will go up to 8:30. Afterwards again 9:30 you will have a theory sessions. And for your practicals you are going to be in this uniform only, t-shirt and tracks, your lower or shorts. And by 9:30 you will be in your college uniform. This is for your information. Attendance is very strict.
First attendance.
And master degree students, make sure that I want an attendance from each class now itself. Okay. So everyone please assemble as per your class, and boys will stay back after the attendance report. Mayank, just take that attendance from each student, and from each class. Yeah.